Iya. Iya. Iya, iya, iya. Shout out to YouTube. Shout out to everybody. Peace and much love. Grand evening, or what we say, good evening. Getting ready for the evening. Yes, sir. Big up all the HOTC massive. Big up all the YouTube massive. You don't know. Disclaimer is in the description of the video. Please read. Tonight's presentation is based on some factual history, as you see highlighted here. We are the West Indians. So we'll begin by asking the question, that question. Let's see. Who's a West Indian? So let's ask Wikipedia. Let's see what Wikipedia thinks about who's a West Indian. Let's see here. Let's get some input on this. So let's see here. Get share screen. Let's see how it's gonna go. Let's see. Let's see what Wikipedia got here for us. West Indian. A West Indian is a native or inhabitant of the West Indies, the Antilles, and the Lucan archipelago bracket. For more than 100 years, the word West Indian specially described natives of the West Indies. But by 1661, Europeans had begun to use it also to describe the descendants of European colonists who stayed in the West Indies. Some West Indian people reserve this term for citizens or natives of British West Indies. Big up Huey P. the God, big up Mind's Eye, peace and much love to the brothers. So there we got the meaning of Indian right here, a native. The indigenous peoples of the Caribbean included the Taino, the island Caribs of the Lesser Antilles, and the Guanahatabey of Western Cuba. West Indian American. West Indian Americans or Caribbean Americans or Americans who can trace their recent ancestry to the Caribbean unless they are of native descent. As of 2016, about 13 million, about 4% of the total US population have Caribbean ancestry. Da 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 da. So there, we got that broken down. That was pretty interesting to note. The West Indian. So let's see if we could check out some pictures here. Let's see. What do we got here? Archives. Who you got here? Who's this? Who's this? Who's this guy over here? Look at these guys. Wow. What do we got here? Archive type inventory. Let's check this out here. Let's see what we got here. Reading room at the University of the West Indies at Mona also targeted at the Jamaican archives located Chancery's Archive, University of the West Indies, UWI, Mona, and the National Library of Jamaica, NLJ, catalog as EAP 148/1 National Library, da da da. Let's check this out here, see what we got here. Let's see what we got here. We got some archive stuff here. Let's see. Okay. View archives from this project. 41. So they got 41 archives in this project. Let's see what this is. Aims and objectives. The targeted library and archives contain valuable historical collections that focus on the lives of enslaved Africans and free blacks. Free blacks. Who's free blacks? In Jamaica during the period of 1655 to 1800. The documents are important to scholars studying the Caribbean, especially Jamaica, and supplement the extensive records that are held in Britain and forced migration to Africans to Jamaica. We're gonna get deeper into that here. The materials are located in Kingston, especially in the north, in the National Library of the Jamaican Roman Catholic Chancellery, as well as the Elsa Govia Reading Room at the University of the West Indies at Mona. Also targeted are Jamaican archives located in Spanish Town. In physical conditions of documents ranges from poor to fair, with many documents crumbling in the danger of disappearing. The most urgent attention should be directed at the Chancery, which does not have a presentation department and is not a formal archive. This concerned within the Chancellery at the decaying state of the documents, and this initiative to digitized documents is welcome. At the Jamaican Archives, the National Library, and the UE Govia Reading Room, there are extensive endangered materials to be digested and interest in doing so. The archives has expressed interest in targeting collections of enslaved Africans before 1800s in conjunction with their annual marketing of the abolition of the British Atlantic slave trade. So we got here the British, and I think that was in 1834, and we're gonna get deeper into all of that kind of stuff here in a moment. So we got here pretty much aims and objectives here, and we got some archives here. But before we get into that, I wanted us to dive into a little book here for a second, see if we could check out let's check out a little bit of stuff, you know. See what we got here. No, I don't think so. Maybe. You see me? You don't know. Uh-huh. Listen to some music, car. We're gonna get into this. We're gonna dive into this. Come right back up on top. Let's check this out. So we got here. Let's see what we got here. National Archives of Jamaica. The National Archives is a section of the Island Record Office established under the Island Records Law number 6 of 1879. It took over the functions of the Office of Island Secretary. The first holder of the Office of Island Secretary was established by commission from Charles II in 1660, a year before the appointment of the first civil governor. According to the 18th century historians of Jamaica, Edward Long, the secretary, was also clerk of the enrollments and records, clerk of the council, clerk of the court of errors, clerk of the court of ordinary, clerk of the committee of correspondence, associate judge by commission of privacy, commissionary general, and notary public. The Island Records Law was based on the British Record Office Act of 1838. Most of the records which remain extant relate to the operation of civil and ecclesiastical government established in 1661. By 1664, 7 parishes had been created: Ligani, St. Andrew, St. Catherine, Clarendon, St. Thomas, Port Royal, St. John, and St. David. You hear that? So we got here 1661, and by 1664, and you guys know about the Sexta Act of 1666 by the Pope, right? So we got a lot of correlation here in these times. But listen, you hear what it says here. Most of the records which remain extant relate to the operation of civil and ecclesiastical government. Okay, established in 1661. Okay, so further on, by 1675, it more had been added. Vere separated from Clarendon in 1673. St. George, St. Thomas in the Vale, St. Dorothy. So we listen to all these names, gentlemen. I'm pretty sure you have all these names in the US of A. Okay? These names are these parishes that these colonies that they're finding is in this year here. This is around 1664. This is right when the English invaded and took over from the Spaniards, and we'll get into that. We'll get into a little bit of that history, but I want you guys to look at these timelines because these are some very important documentation, right? By 1675, 8 more had been added. Vere separated from Clarendon, St. George. So we got 8 more here, right? Added to these ones here that was created, the 7. So we got 8 and 7 right there. We got 15 parishes, right? Right now, Jamaica only have 14, right? It says each parish was governed by the vestry. Okay? The vestry. That's a very important word. Who's the vestry? 10 vestrymen and 2 church wardens elected annually by the freeholders. I wonder who's the freeholders. And these guys are in bracket too, so they don't these are the hidden hand people. They put themselves in the bracket because they're not really supposed to exist in all this. They're the real people behind the employment of the vestrymen and the church wardens. Okay, we got the rector. Who the hell is the rector? The rector. Yo, let's start looking up some of these names here, because let's start looking up some of these definitions here, because we got some little powerful words here that's going on. So we got vestry. Let's look that up for a second. LMNOPQRSTUV vestry. Bear with me for 1 second, everybody. Let's get this on. So it should be a little bit more quicker with this dictionary. I just had to get the light on. So what do we got here? Vestory. Vestry. A room in a church used as an office for changing into ceremonial robes. Origin of the Latin word vestiarium. Okay. So it's just pretty much the room where the judges go put on their cloaks and everything, right? And the vestrymen are probably the people that just throw over their cloaks over them, or maybe those are the people that put on the cloaks that are acting as the judges, right? And then we got another word here, the rector. 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 Let's check that out. Because this time is way before these people hit the mainland. They never hit the mainland yet, right? We're talking about 1560, early 1600s, right? When we got first contact here, okay, by the English, because we're gonna get into that. It was the English first, according to the scripts, then the British. So rector. Rector in the Church of England, a priest in charge of a parish, a priest in charge of a church or a religious institution, the head of certain universities, colleges, and schools in Scotland, a person elected to represent students on a university governing body. Origin word Latin, ruler. Okay, so we got the rector. Okay, and local magistrates. Okay, so local magistrates, we know who those are. So the rector is even the this guy here is the guy that pretty much with these guys here run the whole thing right here. Okay, local magistrates and chaired by chief magistrate. So you see, by chief, so the local and the chiefs, they run it. This guy here, the ruler, is running all of them. See? Latin, custos rotulorum. That the 1677 Act required each vestry to lay a reasonable tax on the said parish for the maintenance of the ministry and the poor, and for erecting convenient churches and repairing such as are already made and making convenient seats in them. So we got the ministry here, right? And these guys are, what are they doing? They're implementing taxes. But for what? For the maintenance of the ministry and the poor. That's interesting. Who's the poor? Hmm. Because I want to know who was poor, right? So they got people that was coming to the islands as planters and they were poor, or there were people on the islands already that were poor. Anyways, let's carry on here. This is 1677, so make a note of that. Okay, churches are churches and repairing such as the Highways Act. Wow. So we got the Highways Act here, or hold on, churches such as are already made and making convenient seats in them. Restated, okay? So we got, first it was estated, I guess something was estated here in 1681, law number 18, in an act for the maintenance of ministers and the poor and erecting and repairing churches. Also that year, the Highways Act made vestries responsible for the maintenance of roads and bridges. So they're building roads and bridges as earlier than this probably, because they're saying maintenance. So pretty much roads and bridges was done built already. So if let's ask the question then, because we got the English coming in and taking over from the Spanish in around 16 something, around 1650 or 1660 something, right? And we're going to find that date, right, as we read along. But what I'm trying to say is, if the English were taking over, that means the Spanish had already built roads and highways. So they already had a system set up here. If they were implying taxes to maintain, right, the roads and the bridges. Okay, moving on. Further parishes were created at the end of the 17th century. Kingston from St. Andrew in 1693, following the destruction of Port Royal the previous year. That's right, because Port Royal sunk in 1692. And at the current time, Port Royal was the richest place in the world, known to the European world, because this is where they kept all the world's treasure. This is where they took all the treasure that they won from the Spaniards and that they raided from the rest of the world, was right here where it sunk. This is why it was called the Royal Port or the real port. You know what I'm saying? Because we're getting into the history contact here. So this is very important for people to know where we're coming from, where the root is, right? So Westmoreland, big up to Westmoreland Massive, because you don't know, your Zime was created from St. Elizabeth in 1703. Hanover, Hanover, from Westmoreland. West is moorland. I know they knew moorland was out in the west, right? And Portland from St. George and St. Thomas in the east in 1723. Trelawney separated from St. James in 1770 and Manchester in 1814. Finally, Metcalfe was formed out of St. George and St. Mary in 1841. Vestries minutes do not survive from Jamaica in 17th century. The earliest vestry minutes come from Port Royal, 1735 to 1741. Most others, if they start early, began in 1740s. Part of Colonel D. Olley's commission appointed him governor of Jamaica in 1661 was to discourage vice and debauchery and to encourage ministers that Christianity, according to the Church of England, might have due reverence and exercise. Jamaica, like the rest of the Caribbean, was normally under the jurisdiction of the Bishop of London, though historians, ministers were encouraged to keep records of baptisms and burials and to return their records to the island secretary's office. Some of the parishes did not register, but did not, some of the parishes did keep registers, but did not send in any returns. In the early 18th century, it was explained that this was on account of the insufficient number of ministers to serve the island, that some parishes had neither registers nor rectors, and that all the island lacked a proper record keeping system. Jamaica Archive Office, however, possesses registers that cover the latter 17th century for one parish. So the registries, or what they were keeping, was of baptisms and marriages and burials from these dates, from 1666, the year of the Sescavi Act, to 1806 and to 1807. So these are some very important records and of Saint Andrew, right? Because they contain a lot of stuff, and we're gonna get into that when we get to view a few of these records, why they're of so much importance and significance historically. The parish of Clarendon ought to have records of baptism 1671 to 1689, marriages 1687 to 1692, and burials 1787 to 1791. But these are missing. Parish registers for St. Elizabeth, St. Thomas in the East, record of the Court of Error, bracket, so, or Court of Appeal. So this is the Court of Error is now called the Court of Appeal because it's been changed from, this was the original name for the Court of Appeal, was the Court of Error. Okay? And remember, up in the beginning it mentioned the Court of Ordinary too. So we got to get into what the Court of Ordinary is. Maybe it's the claims court or civil court, or I don't know. If this is the Court of Appeal, maybe later on in some documentation will tell us what the Court of Ordinary is. Okay, so it says letters, test test testamentaries, or testamentary date, which is permission to executors of will. Okay, so let's go back up here. Parishes registers for St. Elizabeth, St. Thomas in the East, records of the Court of Error or Court of Appeal, which was established in 1709, letters of administration granting permission to administer the estates of those who died in estate, and letters, testamentary permission to the executors of will, date from the first 2 decades of the 18th century. So the first 2 decades of the 18th century mean the first 10 years. So because a decade is 10 years. So we got 10. So it's 1700 to 1720 would be the first 2 decades of the 18th century, because 18th century means 1700s. whatever date would be in the 1700. It's not to be confused with the earlier date that a lot of people would imagine as being in the 1800s, as the number would read. Is a lot of it's a very important thing to note and to know when you're doing research as as a historian, is to know that whenever you see 18th century, it takes you 100 years back in actual numbers when you're writing it down. So 18th century is going to refer to all the dates in the 1700s. And that is very important because right here, what you see in here, 1666 would be the 17th century, right? This is the 17th century, right? And so on, right? 17th century, 18th century, right? So that's how we read back. So 1666 would be like I say, 17th century to 19th century, because 19th century is 1806. So we got 17th century, which is 1666, to 19th century, which is 1806. Okay, let's move on. The Jamaica Archives holds some materials relating to the history of the island in the 17th century. Not all of it is suitable for production. Mark Plus, some in transcription and some in original, which are indicated as such. The 17th century survivals falls within the categories of patents, plat books, and inventories listed here. Wilts. There is also the parish registers for St. Andrew. See this page. Some volumes of powers of attorney in poor condition, and occasional reference within private papers. So powers of attorney is like when somebody, like they say up here, administering your granting permission to administer the estates of those who died in estates. Because this is very important right here, what we're reading about, because who was dying, and who had to administer their estates, right? Who died in estates. So what are they talking about here? Because the planters, it couldn't have been the planters that they were talking about, because they weren't as much, right? And as we know it, there was what, 14 parishes, so they're pretty much 14 estates you're looking at, like pretty much, or parishes would hold a number of estates, but not so significantly much more than the parish itself, right? And we're going to get into the documentation of that. So left, old King's House, right? Old courthouse. I guess these were some pictures here, because the old King's House, Jamaica holds one of the world's King's House, right? Because there's only two in the world. There's only one in England, right? Manchester Street, and one in Spanish Town, right? In Jamaica, right? So there's only two, and this is why this history is so important, because this is this is where the British Empire established their stronghold after they took it over from the Spanish, who had established roads and all that kind of stuff, as we're reading here, and pretty much held deeds to all these titles and estates and everything, right? And some of the people too, because remember earlier on we were reading, it was mentioned in free blacks. So those are some very important things to keep in mind as we go along, right? So I wanted us to check out this book here. It's another key importance to just to read and to, you know, dive into a lot of the stuff that people cataloged during the history. So West Indian intellectuals in Britain edited. So this book is edited. So it's not the original text. So keep that in mind, because if it's edited, that means that this guy Bill Swartz, he's just rewrote what the original writer wrote and probably add in some of his twist and took out some you know some of the writer's twists. So what we got here, West Indian intellects, but we'll check it out anyways. See, because it's pretty interesting. And so you guys could get that source of this book, Manchester University, right? This is the book. This is who edits it. So it's very easy to source, you know. It's not nothing that we can't source and dig into. And it's fun, you know. It's fun for the mental, you know. So it is right here, but we're not distributing anything here. We're just referencing and researching because we don't want to make stuff up where people could say, "Oh, where you get all this stuff you're talking about, man? Where's your source?" So we're showing you what it is here, because we ain't gonna let you pay for the truth over here. You know, this is HOTC. We're gonna give it to you straight, right? And we gonna break it down for you, and we're gonna build it up for you, right? And we're gonna take you to the source, right? And we're gonna show you how it's done, right? So you could gain that power, right? What is a West Indian? Catherine Hall. She starts at page 31. And here in this book is quite a number of pages here. But we don't have to read the whole book. But we'll go through and see what some of the stuff is saying here. And then again, we got the reference and the book right here, right? So it's pretty easy for somebody to get this book and check it out for themselves, right? Just read it. But we go and dig into the book. So it's talking about Marcus Garvey here and all sorts of stuff, and making tradition of explicit identities, principles, descendants of blah 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 blah. It's a lot of stuff in here, right? But you know, I'm gonna read half of it, right? Because it starts out, see, crossing the seas, and it's talking about these all these people's experience. Pretty much, this writer is writing about the whole experience of being a West Indian and what it means, right? Crossing the seas. So it's a lot of things like Amy Ashford Garvey met Marcus Garvey in Kingston in the mouth of the United Launch, blah blah blah. Right? So check it out, and we gonna get into it. We gonna get into Catherine's question. Yeah, so we start at Catherine Hall here, right? Chapter one, what is a West Indian? Right? Because that's the question I asked, right? I don't want to kind of get into the depth referent to crossing the seas, but we'll get into that on another build, and break tie in the whole history with some a whole lot of other history, which great inspiration from a lot of great YouTubers like Kuremio Ahu, You know, much love, brother. You know, you break down a lot of history that we could tie in to with all this information, you know, and make a whole composite sketch of the whole picture. And you know, we could really gain a stronghold here, and that's very good. Thanks to everybody on YouTube that's been putting in the work, you know. I gotta say peace and much love, you know. We don't all agree. A lot of times we disagree, but at the end of the day, we're all one community, right? And we all pressing for the truth, and we all got to get back to the source, right? So it's about love. It's about unity. It's about community, you know. And community mean one and all that's in the community. This is a colorblind thing, right? And I'm a proof to you guys how this is so colorblind, right? So pay attention, gentlemen. For CLR James, West Indian identity was something to be celebrated, associated as it was from him, for him, with the whole of the Caribbean, from Cuba and Haiti to Martinique, Trinidad and Jamaica. Its distinctive character he saw and intimately linked he saw as intimately linked to its practical modern history, with the plantation at the center of a global capitalism system, linking slavery with finance, industry, and European domestic consumption. The intellectual tradition which came out of this history was associated for him with the struggle for human emancipation and advancement. West Indian writers and social actors were a particular social product producing a particular type of social activity I, which we can definitely call West Indian. The carriers of this tradition were men such as Toussaint Louverture, hero of the San Domingo Revolution, J. J. Thomas, the Trinidadian schoolmaster who took on the celebrated Oxford professor James Froude, Marcus Garvey, the black nationalist born in Jamaica, Amy Cessier, the Martinique poet and the theorist of negritude, France Fanon, also from Martinique, who became a critical anti-colonial voice, and Fidel Castro. Bow. You hear that? Okay? This guy took on all these people, all those people, right? The carriers of this tradition were men such as, right? Right? Who schoolmaster, the Trinidadian J. J. Thomas, right? The Trinidadian schoolmaster who took on the celebrated, right? So they took on all these people, right? They shared an ocean of thought and feeling which provided the roots of what it was to be West Indian. James wrote his history of the revolution in San Domingo, the Black Jacobins. The Black Jacobins? Wow. Jacobins. Okay? Remember Jacob and Esau and his brothers, and they sold him? Remember? Okay? In 1938, after leaving Trinidad to live in the metropole, the place where journalists and writers from the colonies could hope to make a name for themselves, James was steeped in Victorian English culture and perhaps was expressing in this book a confidence about the future which was characteristics of much Victorian thought, such as a desire for progress, which was also a tenet of the Marxism, which from this period had begun to expose. The book was about a revolution which he imagined would happen in Africa, and told the story of one which had happened in Haiti, reflecting on the writing of the Black Jacobins in 1971. James noted that his aim had been to demonstrate that he
that we had a history. In that history, there were men who were fully able to stand a comparison with great men of the period, of that period. I was trying to make clear that black people had certain, Dodge the hijack, had a certain historical past by, right? You see, this writer here, they're clearly making a distinction. So note when they say black people, because they're saying Africans here earlier in the earlier texts as well, right? So they're saying Africans and black people, okay? So just listen closely anyways to Miss Hall, right? I was trying a clear to make clear that black people had a certain historical past by the historical record. I tried to show that black people were able to make a historical progress. They were able to show how a revolution was made. They were able to produce the men who could lead a revolution and write new pages in the book of history. James identified with the struggles of black people, dodged the hijack, and the future which were possible for him and them was central to his thinking. The captivities of black people and the part they had played in their own history, right? The captivities of black people and the part they had played in their own histories had been denied by the colonial listers. His intellectual magic would allow others to see that heroic and tragic stories of celebrate and distinctive West Indians' virtues. His was a historic vision and consciousness. As Anthony Boges argues, the Black Jacobins is a rare text because it serves as a marker for history, the practice of politics, and practical answers to the question of who and what is a Caribbean person. The creation of intellectual traditions always involves inclusions and exclusions, remembering some and forgetting others. Roots are not hollowed artifacts shrouded in mystery, but rather we seem continually to dig them up according to our needs at particular points in time. While James sought a tradition of struggle for freedom, as characteristically West Indian, his fellow Trinidadian, V.S. Nepal, had a much more deeply pessimistic view. Nepal came to England in 1950 to study English literature at Oxford. 30 years younger than James, he also sought to make his name a writer. In 1961, he wrote Middle Passage, his account of a return journey to the West Indies. He took as his epitaph Froude's judgment on the islands in 1887. There are no people here in the true sense of the word, Froude had written, with a character and purpose of their own. Nepal shared this conviction. Nothing was created in the British West Indies, he wrote. No civilization as in Spanish America. No great revolution as in Haiti or the American colonies. There were only plantations, prosperity, decline, neglect. The seas of the islands called for nothing else. Or how can the history of West Indian futility be written? What tone shall the historian adopt? The history of the islands can never be satisfactorily told. Brutality is not the only difficulty. History is built around achievements and creation, and nothing was created in the West Indies. This was a harsh legacy with which to live, the mirror image, perhaps, of James' high tragic conception of history. These two contrasting visions had provided my starting point for the exploring the legacy of being West Indian, from which Caribbean intellectuals had developed their own sense of West Indianness and intimately connected with this, their sense of history. They inform my inquiry into the different meanings of West Indian, meanings which different generations have had to learn, confront, and fashion anew. Like all the chapters in this book, my investigation focused on the metropole. What picture of the West Indian was generated in the metropole and for what purpose? When, how, and where did a West Indian identity emerge? Who and what one time, at any time, was included and who was excluded? Like all cultural identities, that of the West Indian is historically specific. But what kind of term was it? Did it refer to a location, ethnicity, percentage, or culture? Did it refer to different groupings or different times? Is it perhaps an identity like European, a regional identity, which transcended national borders? Was it ever conceived as a national identity? Could the West Indian Islands be a nation? Who claimed it and when? I want to ask what a genealogy of the term would look like. Being a West Indian was neither fixed nor essential. My focus here is on the metropolitan lens. This is, of course, only a part of the story. The term West Indian is complicated in itself. It is the West Indies of the colonial period, when the islands were named by their European discoverers. Discoverers. Is it British West Indies, or the French, or the Spanish, or the Dutch? CLR James, West Indian consciousness crossed the whole of the Caribbean. My concern is this chapter, as with the other chapters in the book, is the island a part of the mainland which were colonized by British from the early 17th century and named as British West Indies. This process was in itself long and complicated history of conquest associated with great European wars of the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries. By 1958, when the post-war migration of the West Indians to Britain was well underway, and when a West Indian Federation came briefly into being, the participating territories comprised Jamaica in the Western Caribbean and Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, Grenada, St. Vincent, St. Lucia, Dominica, Antigua, St. Kitts, Nevis, Anguilla, and Montserrat in the Eastern Caribbean. Neither of the two mainland colonies, British Guiana and Guyana, and British Honduras, Belize, was included. This British West Indian colonies formed a link between North and South America and were strategically vital to the European powers, practically in the era of the sailing ship. Hmm. Admiral, hear me, Admiral. They shared a history of the colonization, displacement, slavery, emancipation, indenture, nationalism, and anti-colonialism. A history of which a particular kind of West Indian identity has emerged, that of the Anglophone Caribbean. According to the Oxford English Dictionary, the first recorded use of the term West Indian in 1597 served both to describe the indigenous inhabitants of the island and to condemn the acts of another colonizing power. Okay, hit the brakes on that. Let's rewind that. What was that say? Let's pull that up again. Pull it up. Pull it up. Pull up. According to the Oxford English Dictionary, the first recorded use of the term West Indian in 1597 serve both to describe the indigenous inhabitants of the island and to condemn the acts of another colonialist power, thus those cruelties that were practiced by the Spanish nation upon the West Indies. By 1661, only a few years after Cromwell, forces had taken Jamaica. A term had come to mean an inhabitant or native of West Indies. Wow. By 1661, only a few years after Cromwell forces had taken Jamaica, the term had come to mean an inhabitant or native of the West Indies, right? Of European origin or descent. In a dramatic, if largely unacknowledged transformation, the West Indian had been whitened. He, and it is mainly he, is one of the settlers from England, Scotland, or Ireland, fortune seekers in the Wild West of the 17th century, which is in the 1600s. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and men, okay, this meaning held for many decades, as late as George Eliot's Daniel de Ronda in 1876. The OED notes, the Oxford English Dictionary notes, the West Indian was a byword for fable wealth brought back to the metropole. So here we got a real credential a person with high credentials. So a real, trustable source right here, Mrs. Catherine Hall, right, is saying, according to the English dictionary, because you know what, took me all evening to try to get this dictionary online. I couldn't get it. They wanted me to pay to subscribe to get this dictionary. And I thought, man, why the hell they want me to pay to get the dictionary? Like, because I wanted to refer to it, because we're dealing with sources, right? We're dealing with the O. So we're gonna start from the O, right? Because we talk about 0 to 9, and this is our time. Seen? UP don't know from long time. We tell these people, but they don't want to listen, right? So we go Oxford Dictionary source right here from Miss Catherine Hall is telling you, according to the Oxford English Dictionary, the first recorded use of the term West Indian in 1597 serves both to describe the indigenous inhabitants of the island and to condemn the acts of another colonializing power. Right? So right there we got a source telling us the meaning of West Indian. And this goes back to the same thing with the meaning American in the Noah's Webster's dictionary in the 1800s, right? It's pretty much breaking down the same thing here. But the only thing with this source is that this source is way earlier than 1800, right? So we're going back to a timeline here, 1597, that is giving you the definition of this term here, right? And that's very important because this is like almost 300 years before the term American. So where I'm going with this is before you could see before they made a lot of contact, the British made contact with the mainland, right? And started naming American colonies and all that. It was the West Indies, right? The West Indies. That's what I see here, right? So that's very interesting, right? By 1661, only a few years after Cromwell forces had taken Jamaica, the term had come to mean an inhabitant or native of the West Indies of European origin. So pretty much anybody that was born on the island after 1661. That's what they changed the term to, right? According to Miss Hall, right? The West Indian had been whitened. He and it is mainly he is one of the settlers of England, Scotland, and Ireland, fortune seekers in the wild west of the 17th century. This meaning held for many decades, as late as George Eliot's Daniel D. Conda in 1876. The OED notes the West Indian was a byword for fabled wealth among the metropole. By the 1960s, however, according to the abbreviated genealogy of the Oxford English Dictionary gives us, the West Indian had become black, right? Wow. So you see that because when I first started out this presentation, what did I do? I went to Wikipedia, right? Another credible source that everybody uses on the internet for encyclopedia research for pretty much research. So the Wikipedia didn't lie because the Wikipedia it told us what the West Indian meant, right? It said for over 100 years, the term referred to the native inhabitants of the island, and after 1661, right, the term was used for Europeans, right? It's the same as the term American, right? And here it goes to further state it again and to break it down and to say by the 1960s, however, according to the abbreviated genealogy of the Oxford English Dictionary gives us the West Indian had become black, right? So this is why Wikipedia sources telling you that West Indian mean the native inhabitants of the island. It's pretty much telling you that in different words, right? But here's some other words to pretty much explain that to you, right? So give you all different kind of sources of what happened here with the history and who's West Indian and who's the real West Indian, right? And why are they saying black? Because you know, black. We'll get into why they're saying black though. Why they're saying black, right? So the Times recorded in February 1957 that 26,000 West Indians migrated to Britain in 1956. Finally, the OED notes an inclusive use of the term West Indian in 1961. All inhabitants of the Federation of European, African, American, Indian, East Indian, Chinese, Portuguese, or Jewish descent are named as West Indian. So let's go over that again. So the Times records in February 15, 1957 that so the Times, that's a newspaper, right? The Times, right? Records in February 1957 that 26,000 West Indians migrated to Britain in 1956. This is why we say big up to Brixton Badman. Seen? Finally, the OED notes all inclusive of the use of the term West Indian in 1961, right? So finally, the Oxford English Dictionary notes an inclusive use of the term West Indian, right? So up till the 1960s, it became black. All the Indians here, they're trying to give West Indian, even East Indian. Look at this, even East Indian. You're trying to make the East Indian West Indian now. You're trying to make the East Indian West Indian, and then they're using American Indian because Remember, they took that name from the original name Amaru, the Amaru people, right? And turned it into this name. And this is why the definition, this definition, first definition, because when it was changed, the Amaru, right? Amaru people, we, right, changed from American Amaru to American and gave the definition in the Noah's Webster's dictionary of who was the real Americans, right? But here, before this American, it was called West Indian. So that's what this whole presentation's about. Big up all the massive from West Indies, right? And that means all of the massive from the West Indies that are north and south and west and east and central all over Belize. You see me? All over. Hey, what we say now? In his message to West Indians on Christmas Day, Sir Grantley Adams, the Prime Minister of the Federation, spoke of West Indian unity. Out of many, one people, as the newly independent nation of Jamaica claimed in its national motto in 1962, right? Because this is the data. 1962 is the first data in the independence is what they claim. The dependence, when we became dependents or in the pen, locked in the pen, right? And fenced, right? Um, back into the hands of the Commonwealth, right, was registered under Commonwealth Nation 1962, right, and swore allegiance. According to the OED, then West Indian was initially associated with the indigenous inhabitants of the island, then became a white identity, and not until the 1950s with the migration of African Caribbean men. So, see, this is what I'm talking about with the author using African and black, right? See, and it's right under each other right here, right? African Caribbean men and women to the metropole. Did it register as black? See, that's what I'm talking about, right? According to the Oxford English Dictionary, then West Indian, right? When was then? Then was in 1597, right? That's when then was. West Indian was initially associated with the indigenous inhabitants of the island. So they were associating the name with the the indigenous inhabitants of the island. From when? From when were they doing this? From in the 1500s? So I thought they were all dead. Wagwan. Well, they couldn't be, because who built all the roads? Who built all the roads that they had to maintain? Right? Who built all the roads when the British came and take over? Who built all the roads and the bridges? Because they were already built, right? Right? Okay. Let's go over that again. Slowly. Because we're going to break all the spells. According to the Oxford English Dictionary, then West Indian was initially associated with the indigenous inhabitants of the island, then became a white identity, and not until the 1950s with the migration of African Caribbean men and women to the metropole, which is England or Britain, the metropole, that's what they mean, did it register as black. As the Trinidadian John LaRose pointed out, when the term West Indian originated, it was the Anglo-West Indian who claimed the honor of the description. So the Anglo mean English, Anglo, English speaking, English speaking West Indian. So that's still referring to after the period of 1661 when the term was applied to the European natives. Yet It was to become an uncertain amalgamation. It is the post war generation of migrants who tell their discovery of becoming West Indian in the metropole. They're meeting for the first time with those of the other islands of the Caribbean and recognizing a common identity in the face of shared histories and the sheer need to confront the racial realities of their new lives in Britain. Sam Selvon, one of those who found a language in order to tell his story, put it this way: when I left Trinidad in 1950 and went to England, one of the first experience was living in the hostel with people from Africa and India and all over the Caribbean, right? People from Africa and India, right? And all over the Caribbean. So even this person here, Sam Selvon, is saying, right? When I left Trinidad, it's because he's an American Indian. And when he went to England, the first experiences was living in a hostel with people from Africa because he knew where he was from. And he knew that people from Africa was from a different place, from Africa and India and all over the Caribbean. So he's from the Caribbean. He's from Trinidad, all over the Caribbean. And here he makes reference to the people all over the Caribbean. Caribbean. Excuse me. It is strange to think I had to cross the Atlantic and be thousands of miles away in a different culture and environment for it to come about that for the first time in my life I was living among Barbadians and Jamaicans and others from my part of the world, right? Wow. You got to really pay attention and listen. You got to really listen here, right? For the living among Barbadians and Jamaicans and others from my part of the world, right? No African is being mentioned in here, right? And he continues, as far as the English were concerned, we were all in one kettle of fish classified as Jamaicans, right? So he continues, as far as the English were concerned, we were all in one kettle of fish and classified. So they were all classifying everybody that was from pretty much Africa, India, um, all over the Caribbean as being Jamaicans, right? And according as far as they were concerned, right, we were all one kettle of fish. Islanders came to think of themselves as West Indian, while English called them all Jamaican. Jamaica, the largest of British West Indian colonies and the source of great wealth in the 18th century, had always been the island's best known in England and continued to dominate the English imagination. If we then turn to the OED for the meaning of Negro, we find it a term firmly tied to black skin. A Negro signified an individual belonging to an African race of mankind, which is distinguished by a black skin, black tightly curled hair, and a nose flatter and lips thicker and more protruding than in common amongst white Europeans. While the West Indian could be white or black, the Negro stayed Negro, locked in his or her skin and hair. Identities are brought into being through discursive or symbolic work, demarcating the self from the other. Identity is formed by the outside, by the interconnections of the positive presence of the self and the negative and the excluded dimensions distinguished as the other. Being English or being West Indian meant being some things and not others. The distinction between self and others, between included and excluded, carried with it a desire to mark the boundaries of social authority. That which is external and identify the outside marks the absence or lack, which is constitutive of presence. The Africans' excitability, for example, in the 19th century metropolitan discourse was counterposed to the Englishman's rationality. Excitability signaled an incapability of both self restraint and self government, or the African's indolescent was contrasted with the Englishman's capacity for hard work. Englishness and West Indianness was also existed in creation to each other. They have been mutually constitutive over a long connected history, but the colonial relation has been one of power. The British were the colonizers, English, Scots, and Welsh, while the majority inhabitants of the islands, black, and then following emancipation, Indians, brought in as indentured labor, were the colonized, complicating the binary division of colonizer and colonized was the ambient status of the white settlers, the creolized natives of the islands who became West Indians and claimed rights of self government from the mother country. They were both colonizers and colonized. For at critical moments, their power to govern themselves was overruled by the imperial parliament. Critically, in case of emancipation, critically in case of emancipation, Indians brought in as indentured laborers were the colonized. Complicated. Okay, where am I? Sorry about that. They were both the colonizers and the colonized. For the critical moments, their power to govern themselves was overruled by imperial parliament. Critically, in the case of emancipation, which the planters opposed to the end, at such times to the white West Indian Creoles debate the virtue of separating from the mother country and aligning themselves to those who had thrown off colonial rule in the United States. From the moment of its discovery, the West Indies was always been one of a kind of inside slash outside to Britain. In the 17th century, it was imagined in the metropole as a frontier, a place of danger and adventure where fortunes could have been made. A few questions asked. Initially, the common to all the white residents, he argued, the leading feature of which was an independent spirit and a display of conscious equality throughout all ranks and conditions. The critical distinction on the island was that between free man, white and black. Lady Newgeten, wife of governor of Jamaica in the early 19th century, was less kind about West Indians. She recorded her impressions of the islands and was shocked by the effects of climate as she saw it. The habits of the Europeans in the upper ranks, she remarked, they become indolent and inactive, regardless of everything but eating, drinking, and indulging themselves, and are almost entirely under the dominion of their mulatto favorites. Wow. So here she's saying, you hear what she's saying? They become indolent and inactive, regardless of everything but eating, drinking, and indulging themselves, and are almost entirely under the dominion of their mulatto favorites in the lower orders. They were even worse, for conceit and tyranny were added to their vices alongside their treatment of Negroes and creatures formed merely to administer to their ease and to be subject to their caprice. Wow. By the late 1820s, the Reverend George Bridges, rector of St. Anne's Bay in the Jamaica, again an Englishman who had settled in the West Indies, adopted a much chiller tone than that of the apparently moderate Bryant Edwards. Bridges, too, set out to defend the planters against the imprecations of what was now a powerful abolition movement. The anti-slave activists in the metropole had set their sights on being rid of the system of slavery itself, while at the same time the enslaved were increasingly vocal in defense of their rights to freedom. Bridges wanted to rally the defenders of slavery, both in the islands and at home, against the gathering threats to their interests. He aimed to justify racial inequalities and argued that for foreseeable future Africans needed the civilizing hand of Europeans. What? Bridges sought out to strengthen the spirit of white population, whose exertions he saw as paralyzed by the climate. An Englishman, he argued, born beneath a sky of varying temperature, is continually sensible of new impressions, which keep his senses awake. Is vigilant, active, and inconstant as the air he breathes. The West Indian, he continued, who is constantly exposed to the same intolerant temperature, to the same oppressed sensation, is listless, languid, and dejected. Such were the contrast varieties of whiteness. But a further complication arises from the fact that West Indian and the English could also be seen as one and the same. Those in Britain who had interests or properties on the island were also known as West Indians. For the late 17th century, West Indians, in the sense of the term, had taken to meeting in London to defend their common cause. In 1781, as part of the reaction to the American Revolution, the Society of Western India Planters and Merchants had been formed. As B.W. Hingeman has shown, the West India interest includes those at home as well as in colonies. It included at almost every person who is connected with the colonies, either in respect of West Indian property or as a West Indian merchant. Its personnel were constituted by an inner ring of those born in the islands who had been members of the colonial assembly or who had held office there. There were two absentee planters and merchants who had never visited the colonies. Finally, there were the colonial agents, relatives, and friends, naval and military men who had served in the islands. The task of the West India interest was, especially as the anti slavery movement, the abolitionists, they established regular meetings, set up an active committee, raised funds to vindicate themselves when misrepresented in the press, paid an agent whose job it was to organize their interests on every front. They employed lecturers to tour the country making the case for slavery in the unreformed House of Commons. The West India interest was able to summon on considerable number of votes. By the early 1830s, this had shrunk as an economic and political problems in the plantations discouraged investments, right? Because by early 1830s, this was when the emancipation of slavery happened, was around 1832, I think. Um, this had shrunk, right? Because of problems, and right? discourage investments. 18 peers sitting in the House of Lords were compensated after abolition, conducting the same of British aristocracy were still substantial West Indian poverty owners. By 1831, property owners, sorry. By 1831, when the tide was turning on the question of abolition and when its inevitably, inevitability seemed increasingly certain, the House of Lords, mindful of its members' interests and in the Caribbean and hoping to delay emancipation, inaugurated a select committee on slavery. Some of the committee members were themselves West India proprietors. The witnesses were planters, merchants, medical and military men, judges, attorneys, colonial officers, Anglican clergies, and descending missionaries, all those who could claim West Indian experience. One ostensibly subject of investigation was the character of the African. What kind of a man was he? What kind of a woman was she? But another preoccupation concerned white West Indians. A number of the whiteness were keen to mark off their characteristics from those of the Englishmen. Every night at the West India Club, the members discussed what was going on in the committee. It was impossible, reported planter John Bailey, for a West Indian to carry on a conversation with so mighty a question is before this committee. Everything came back to the deliberations of the House of Lords. This was the first time that the evidence of the plantocracy as to what life was like on the plantation had been seriously challenged, and now it was challenged by dissenting missionaries, by men who had seen the efforts of slavery with their own eyes. Those who, still supporting slavery, told stories of contented Negroes suffering from no coercion or severity. My sleek, well fed Negroes, reported the attorney William Shand, would form an extraordinary contrast with the wretched, half starved waivers in Angus and Kincardineshire, the mortal town of Kingston, invested William Burge, the paid agent of the Jamaican planters. Wow. So this guy here trying to say pretty much no, nobody ain't complaining. You know what I mean? He's still supporting the slavery. He's still saying, the Negroes are contented. They ain't suffering from no coercion. Like what did they mean coercion? Right? Coercion. We know what coercion is. Coercion is all based upon contract. When you coerce. So who was coercing who? Right? If he's this guy, right? He's trying to say the slaves are contended. The Negroes are contended. Right? They ain't suffering from no coercion. From no coercion. So we ain't coercing them into signing more contracts, right? Huh. And who is this guy? Attorney, solicitor. Okay. Well fed. Who? Negas. Okay. Uh we are the Negas people. The the plum serpent. The Negos Negas. I mean King of Kings in Amharic. Negos Negas. That's why I say we are the Negas. The Negas. Negast. Negos Negast. We are the Negos, kings of kings. Right? Indeed, it could be favorably contrast to London. The accusations of rape and depravity on the plantations had no basis in truth. But the missionaries had other stories to tell of the sound of the whip across the islands, of the licentiousness and cruelty, of the scale of concubinage. Concubinage. Wow. So concubinage. Who's concubines? Like, having babies without marriages, just having babies from women. From which women? They're these guys were favoriting who? They're mulatto favorites. Hmm. Who's a mulatto? Who's a mulatto? A mulatto is a cross between a European and a Westerner. Okay. Or West Indian American cross between Indian, or so-called black, right? Of the profoundly un-English behavior of the West Indies. As Admiral Sir William Lawrence Halstead, who had served as a naval commander in the Caribbean, was constrained to put it, of course, as an Englishman, it cannot, I cannot possibly say advocate anything like slavery in England. England was one thing, the West Indies another. By the 1830s, it was clear that in public mind, slavery and the ideals of England could no longer coexist. West Indians, it follows, could not be English. Wow. So there's something going on in England here, right? About the whole emancipation and everything. And they wanted to make the there was slavery going on in England, right? But pretty much, let's go over this again. See, as Admiral Sir William Lawrence Halstead, who had served as a naval commander in the Caribbean, was constrained to put it, of course, as an Englishman, I cannot possibly advocate anything like slavery in England. England was one thing, the West Indies another. So that's what they're talking about, right? If they should continue with slavery in England, and they were voting on it, saying, we can't bring it here, because at the time nobody there wasn't none of us in England, right? And they're pretty much saying, and they had a migration in the 1950s, and they were all calling everybody Jamaican, right? So we got to get deeper into that and find out what that is. But anyways, they had a falling out here, right? England could no longer coexist, right? It says right here, the West Indians another. By the 1830s, it was clear that in the public mind, right, in the public mind, slavery and the ideals of England could no longer coexist, right? So pretty much whatever England was thinking about carrying on slavery, right? Those ideas and the ideas of slavery from pretty much the people in the West Indies that were natives of the West Indies. But we're talking about mulattoes now that became native of the West Indies and didn't like what was going on. So for in order for the mulatto for us to have mulattoes, we would have had to have a system where um intertwining of the two, right? And here in the 1800s now, because remember, this was in 16, we're going from 1500s to 1600s. Now, this is 200 years now, right? Roughly 200 years, 907, 170 years from 1660 to 1830, right? 170 years later, we got different people, right? A different race of mulatto English speaking people that are saying we're gonna abolish the slavery and we don't like what's going on, along with all the Christian missionaries right? And so the ideals of England could no longer coexist with slavery, right? Therefore, West Indians, it followed after that, because if we don't have the same ideas now, right? You guys that are claiming to be West Indians that are mulattoes can be English, right? So, if they recurred a recurrent lack of identity between West Indian and English, so too doubts could arise about the West Indian Creoles as whites. Hmm. The formal, the formal coloration of their skin, notwithstanding. Hmm. So right here again, it's pretty much breaking it down about the identities and the the tan, right? For even early in the 19th century or the 1800s, the idea of the West Indian could also signify inhabitants of the islands who were not white. In the first years of the war with France in the 1790s, the commander in chief of the British forces in the West Indies had written to the Home Secretary. He purposed a corps of 1,000 blacks and mulattoes. Wow. So he proposed a corpse or a troop, you know, of 1,000 blacks, a corpse. This is so striking. He proposed a corpse of 1,000 blacks and mulattoes who he opined, so based on his opinion, would make better soldiers than the regular troops since they were accustomed to the climate. The enemy had shown the way, he pointed out. Enslaved black men had been armed by the French during rebellions in San Domingo and Martinique, or San Dominique, Dominica and Martinique, right? And had been found to be good fighters, right? So he says the enemy had shown the way, right? He pointed out enslaved black men had been armed by the French during rebellions in the San Dominique and Martinique and had been found to be good fighters. White West Indians were appalled by such a proposal and successfully used the West India Committee to lobby against what was in their mind a dangerous plan. They were fearful both of British involvement in the island affairs, for they greatly valued their independence, and of the specter of armed black men. Hmm. Following a Carib rising in St. Vincent and Grenada. However, right? So who's this? A Carib rising? So they said the Carib is rising up in St. Vincent and Grenada, right? So this was in what year? In the 1800s or no, 1790, right? So after 1790, this was before the American census was starting to was being taken in 1790 something, right? Because in the 1790s, France armed a bunch of people for the war, right? And they found that they were good fighters in San Dominique and Martinique. So now we go back to like in the 1800s, right? To where they're saying right here that they wanted to arm up a corpse of men, but they didn't know if it's a good idea to arm us, right? And then after that period in the 1790, whatever happened, following after that followed a Carib rising or an uprising. We know, right? So they're not talking about Caribbean. because the this writer, author, she's not sloppy. She clearly distinct with her words. She's clearly distinctive with her words. She clearly this distinctively identify words differently and spell each of them correctly. Like right here we have Carib, down here we have Caribbean, right? So she's not abbreviating or shortening anything out of context of the proper um, English grammar or literature here, right? So it's following a Carib because see it's with a capital letter, so it's name of people's persons, people, place, or thing, right? So following a Carib rising in right? And it can be Caribbean because it was only Saint Vincent and Grenada that this uprising was going on here. So this is why I say we gotta pay close attention to what's being spoken. Following a Carib rising in Saint Grenada and Saint Vincent, however, new regiments of black troops were authorized from London, finding that the supply of available men were limited. The British Army began to buy enslaved men. Wow. And it is estimated that at least 13,000 were bought before the abolition of the slave trade. So the abolition of the slave trade was in 1832, I believe, 1830 something, right? And before that, there was 13,000 men purchased to fight here, right? The army purchased them, the British Army. The British Army became the biggest single purchaser of slaves anywhere in the West Indies. Wow. So, and we know where they were getting all these so-called people they were calling slaves was from the mainland, where they were taking prisoners of war from the mainland and bringing them back into the Caribbean, because we have all the documentations of it, right? And here we got closely correlated dates and numbers, right? So at least 13,000. So it could be more, but it was at least. So she's giving you the minimum because she don't want to give you the maximum, but she want to give you the minimum. So so you have a a ballpark figure of what the numbers were, right? And then after that, the British Army became the biggest single purchasers of so-called mainland prisoners of war, other Indians anywhere in the West Indies, right? This was around 1830, 30 in the 1830s, right? These men formed the New West India Regiment, the New West India Regiment, right? Two of which, so they're pretty much setting everything up. They established full government system, governmental system from like couple hundred years, right? Where they had their army, right, which wasn't that much, right? And that's another thing too, right? The British Army. So if they were taking all these people from Africa, because I got some more when we get deep down into the information here, we got some more sources that are gonna show you some stuff, right? So how could they be taking millions of people from Africa and bringing them over here, and they don't even have a big enough army to do so, right? Right? These men formed, right? And up till now, we haven't heard anything about them bringing a whole bunch of people in to the island into the West Indies. We hear about them going there and already have established courts and jurisdiction and collecting taxes to maintain ministries and roads. So they had to establish all of these things already, right? these men were these men formed the new West Indian Regiment, two of which were to survive until 1926. So two regiments survived until 1926. From the beginning, it was envisaged that the officers would be white and the soldiers black or colored, right? Since a few free men, either black or colored, enlisted, right? Black or colored. So they're using all these different statuses, and you could see clearly here. Enlisted in the majority of the troops were subject to the slave code, right? Majority of the troops were subject to the slave code, right? What was the slave code? Until 1807. Then the British government imposes its will on the colonial assemblies and freed all serving men. For from then on, free black men stationed in the Caribbean were central to the survival of white West Indians, right? The island authorities strongly objected to having these troops on their territories, right? Jamaica would not even count continents free men of color, for they would be entertain notions of equality and acquire habits of pernicious to the welfare of the country. As a traveler to Jamaica wrote in 1823, the embodying of the employing of such a corpse in the West Indies is considered by the inhabitants of doubtless with much reason as an impolitic step. The more perfect those troops may become in their discipline, the more dangerous and formidable they would be in the case of detection. But nor did the settlers wish to be responsible for their own defense, and so they were forced to accept the West India regiments. Right? So the settlers didn't want to be responsible for guarding their lives at night. So they were like, okay, well, we gotta hire some of the inhabitants, right, to protect us, right? As long as we could train them and discipline them, right, they'll become more dangerous than the regular soldiers because you know they they'd be hard to detect, right? So the settlers didn't want to, they couldn't defend themselves, so they accepted the regiments, right? Who throughout the 19th century or the 1800s provided military protection for the colonies and were used against black resistance and rebellions, right? So they were pretty much here. We go again with the term black, not African, not West Indian indigenous, right? But black, right? Because that's what that's what it was made in Europe. Everybody was made, right? Was put in one kettle of fish, right? We became one kettle of fish that became black, right? According to Miss Hall, right? The naming of black regiments was West Indian fractured the privileging image of West Indian authority as signifying an exclusive white identity. Similarly, the militia in Jamaica, the militia in Jamaica, which was essential to the maintenance of white authority, included free men who were black, colored, or Jewish, for there had been a Jewish settlement on the island. Wow. Though again, all officers were white. As Kamau Brathwaite has pointed out, this was a Creole institution from its inception in 1681, for there were too few white men to be able to have an exclusive white militia. The position of free men of color imposed another implicating factor from the early 1790s, right? So these free men of color was free from before 1790, but this is when it started to impose another implicated factor from the early 1790s in the wake of the revolution in San Dominique, the so-called free colors in Jamaica, free coloreds in Jamaica, right? The so-called free coloreds, right? That's what they were so called, the free coloreds in Jamaica, originally the offspring of white masters and enslaved women, right? Who suffered from restricted economical, political, and legal rights, began to make claims for equality. In 1823, a campaign began. That's what we were talking about earlier with the right? See, and here I didn't I here she says it, right? The offspring of white masters, right? Or so-called white, right? Because we just know white is a status and nobody is really white or black, right? They're just statuses here, and that's the point of the presentation, is to break it all down, right? So what we got here, right, is a mix. We got something going on here with the offspring, right? The offspring. This so these are the free colored or mulattoes, right? That's what I was talking about earlier, the mulattoes, the offspring of white masters and enslaved women. And we're gonna get deeper into white masters and enslaved women too, who suffered and from restricted economical equalities, right? So they began to claim for equality and for legal rights, right? In 1823, a campaign began, right? And earlier up there, it was talking about in 1830 to 32s, up until the point of emancipation, the division between the mulattoes in England and in the metropole, right? Between the English and the mulattoes, the so-called mulattoes, the so-called new West Indians now. So they were saying, yeah, we want rights and equal justice, right? And so they couldn't come to terms. So pretty much the English were like, we're not gonna accept your terms, and we're for equality, and we don't see eye to eye no more. And pretty much West Indian could never be English, right? So they broke that down, and further breaking it back down here again is what we're seeing with the history, right? With the divide and conquer strategy that was used against humanity, right? And I'll show you how it was a strategy that was orchestrated against humanity, because what you see here with the so-called white slave masters and the enslaved women, when they were setting this up, these so-called white slave masters were boys. They were young teenage, young adult boys. Okay? They were young adult boys. And they were brought in and they were given young adult indigenous women. Right? It wasn't but they're gonna term it as enslaved women, but I'll prove, right, through documentation, that what they were doing was pretty much setting up people as a couple, right? And this is the result of setting up the people as a couple. They're trying to say, oh, it came out white slave masters and enslaved women, and that brought forth the mulattoes, and they were free people of color, right? So it's very interesting, right, to know where all that comes from, right? And later on in the presentation, you'll see where what I'm talking about, I'll prove that they were sending young adult men or teenage boys that hit puberty to the Caribbean to pretty much work and operate the plantations, right? And they would give them a mate, which was an indigenous woman, right? And as a result of that, 200 years of that, we had a bunch of mulatto offspring that started to say, listen, we don't want to, we don't want to continue with the slavery no more. It was the mulatto offspring that pretty much really rooted with the campaign for the emancipation to really be fulfilled, because it was, it was under, everything was under total dominance, right? And if it wasn't for the mulattoes saying, yo, we want legal rights and equalities, right, leading on to the emancipation, because this was in 1823 they began the campaign. So this is around 10 years before the emancipation, right? So 10 years they were petitioning, organizing across the island. The leadership made contact with the anti-slavery movement and sought British government support. So this is when um British, probably, because I know Jamaica was controlled by the English, first by the Spanish, then the English, and then the British. So this is why we're using Oxford English Dictionary, right? Because we're going from Spanish to English to British, right? With the powers that were back then, right? So we're following close and tracking everything step by step according to these records that we're reading right now, right? Of pretty much what the author is saying is happening, right? So in 1830, the Jamaican House of Assembly, fearful that colored people would unite with the enslaved, granted them the same economic, legal, and political rights as enjoyed by the white community. So they started to grant the mulattoes equal rights in 1830, pretty much from 1830, right? In the wake of the Great Rebellion of 1831 and the passing of emancipation, some colored men formed an opposition in the House of Assembly. They argued that they represented the interests of the island more effectively than the white population, many of whom were still absentee proprietors and who believed England to be home. These men were some of the first identity themselves as distinctively Jamaican. These men were some of the first as the first to identify themselves as distinctively Jamaican, right? Their home was not England, but the island on which they were born, lived, and died. This entrenchment of a colored Creole mentality disrupted the division between black and white and highlighted other layers of West Indian identity. So that clearly defines a lot right there, right? A whole lot right there, because it's saying that the term West Indian first was applied to the inhabitants of the region, right? And then it was highlighted to the whites, or the so-called whites, right? And then it was highlighted, and then it formed another layer of identity through the mulattoes, right? And we know through matriarchal principles, right? This is why we're unlocking all these doors, and we're gaining all this knowledge, right? Because if one asks the question by law, right? And this is being honest, right? According to the principles that govern the continental landmass of America in the Western Hemisphere is based on the matriarchal principles and concept, where the inheritance is passed down through the child from the mother. So pretty much that's why I say I'm an Indian, because my grandmother was an Indian. So what I'm trying to say is the people that were victims, right? All the men and women, all the young men and women, boy and girl, and teenagers that were victims of all this abuse, we can't blame them. But the people of from the woman, from the womb of mama, have a true valid claim here. They really do, based upon the principles. And if you read through all these lines and take off the prejudice and take, just look at exactly what the author is saying, the writer is saying, you see it clearly, right? That love is the greatest of them all. Love is the greatest of them all, right? If the love from mama is the greatest thing ever. That's what it is. Love from mama, right? Because you're always gonna develop the love for your mother, right? No matter who's trying to tell you about color. Because this is about colorblind. We're colorblind, right? That's why I say it's about love. Love conquers all. Because here you got a new generation of people from out of the womb of mama that decided that this is our home, right? Right? Their home was not England, but the island on which they were born, lived, and died. So they were like, we don't want no part of the Eastern world no more. We're gonna stay here until we're gone because we love it here. We're born here. We're born of mama. Right? Even though we have the quantum of blood and we face the injustice, whatever. That's pretty much what they were saying. Right? Because it's blood quantum, right? So let's carry on here. This entrenchment of a colored Creole mentality disrupted the division between black and white and highlighted other layers of West Indian identity. Right? Emancipation marked a critical break in ideas about West Indian. From 1838, the time of full emancipation, the possibility of black self-government was always present. Right? That's from emancipation, right? That possibility, we always had a possibility, right? And here again, to note, the author, right, is correlating West Indian with black, right here, right? So it could from it could be clear from earlier context that her correlations are one and the same when she's talking about black and West Indian. Emancipation marked a critical break in the ideas about West Indian. From 1838, the time of full emancipation. So the 1838 is the time of full emancipation. The passing was around 1831, I think it said up earlier, earlier in the context, uh, was in 1831. So 7 years after the time of full emancipation, the possibility of black self-government was always present, even if envisaged to be far in the future. West Indians could no longer be conceived as a predominantly white identity. The islands had majority black populations and the mixed numbers of mixed race men and women were fast increasing. These people were all there to stay. The 1820s had seen the rise of anti-slavery feeling once it had become clear that the ending of the slave trade was not going to result in the ending of the system of slavery. The combination of the popular campaign on a massive scale, the decline in fortunes of the plantations, and a major revolt of the enslaved in Jamaica in 1831 led to the abolition of slavery in 1834. So there was a revolt in 1831, sorry, and then it led to the abolition in 1834, and then full passing upon full abolition is 1838, time of full emancipation. So 4 more years then it took for full emancipation to pass through. And of the apparent apprenticeship, right? Okay, a majority. Okay, where were we? 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 These were all here to stay. The 1820s had seen the revival of anti-slavery feeling once it had become clear that the ending of the slave trade was not going to result in the ending of the system of slavery. Wow, right? So they already figured this out that we're gonna end the slave trade, but it ain't gonna end in the system of slavery. Hmm. Wow. So she right on point with what she's talking about, right? Because she's saying that they ended the slave trade here, but was not going to result in the ending of the system of slavery. The combination of a popular campaign on a massive scale, the declining fortunes of the plantation, and a major revolt of the enslaved in Jamaica in 1831 led to the abolition of slavery in 1834 and of the apprenticeship, a form of fixed term labor introduced to appease the planters. Wow. So apprenticeship on the ship, apprenticeship, a up apprentice ship. And we know who's apprentice, a beginner, a baby, right? Form fixed term labor introduced to appease the planters in 1938. There was a great enthusiasm among the British public for the great experiment of emancipation. The abolitionists' conviction that black men and women could, with education and guidance, wow, become like white industrious workers and demonstrate wives and mothers was widely shared. The colonial office expected the plantation economy to continue, but believed that black men would increasingly become small property owners, acquire the franchise, and eventually have significant power in island affairs. But such opinions was relatively short-lived. By the late 1840s, contrary perceptions emerged in Britain as the plantation economies of the island went from bad to worse, and the plantocracy blamed the endemic laziness of the Negro. Wow. So here they're calling us lazy again, of the black, of the Negro, because they're saying it's due to our laziness. So who was doing all of the work, and they're saying that it's what? It's due to what? The endemic laziness of the Negro. Yet at the same time, West Indian whites were still regarded in with considerable suspicion in the metropole. So they were saying that even the whites were being suspected as being lazy and not operate. So what do we have going on here? We got a system of employer and employee. That's what's going on here, right? We got employer and employee, right? Employer and employee, right? And now the employer is under suspicion because he ain't getting the work done. So he ain't coming up with the money. Like, he's skimming off the top. So they're under considerably suspicion in the metropole in England, in Britain and places. Like, what are these guys doing over there? They're just they're getting comfortable with their mulatto favorites, and they're skimming off the top, and they're getting everybody lazy. They're pretty much having a party over there and spending our money. Wow, as not quite white. So yet at the same time, West Indian whites were still regarded with considerable suspicion in the metropole as not quite white. So they're talking about the because they're there living in the islands and they have mulattoes pretty much sleep with concubines and stuff. They're not white, right? Because they're different people now because they got tanned and everything, right? Indeed, the West Indies was increasingly seen as a place troublesome in every respect, with planters who made constant claims on the British and expected to give nothing in return, a black population who were deemed to be lazy, thus bringing the gift of emancipation into question. Sorry for the butchering, people, but it's hard to see these little words sometimes. I gotta blow it up on the big screen, but I'm gonna get it going. It was in the moment that William Thackeray wrote Vanity Fair, a historical novel, and that's a good book too. You guys could check out Vanity Fair. It's a historical novel and one of CLR's James' favorite. Thackeray's novel of 1847 to 1848 offers an extraordinary imperial panorama set at the time of Waterloo. The novel is permeated with empire from Sambo, the Sedley's grinning black footman who appears on the very first page, the Joe Sedleys, the Joe Sedley, who has made his fortune in India, the Irish Colonel O'Dowd, and his vulgar wife Peggy, the historical Pitt Crawley, friend and Wilberforce, with his love for Negro emancipation, the Chickasaw Indians and the Ashanti Mission. Wow. And there is Miss Swartz, the West Indian heiress. Heiress. Wow. Squaw. From her first appearance, she reminds us of racial mixing, the prevalence of which threatens all attempts to define West Indian as white. She is described as rich, woolly haired mulatto from St. Kitts. She is impetuous, generous, and affectionate. Her jet black hair is as curly as Sambo's, her diamonds as big as dreamed of the mother country rather than improving the island. It was the colored men that he saw as capable of inheriting the future, though he was sharply critical of the character of colored women with their traditions of illicit sexuality and illegitimacy. Providence has sent white men and black men to these regions that form in order that from them may spring a race fitted by intellect for civilization and fitted also for physical organization, for tropical labor. Wow. Providence has sent white men and black men to these regions in order that from them may spring a race fitted in intellect for civilization and fitted also for physical organization for tropical labor. You see what I'm saying? This is what's happened. They send people, black men, or they want to call them black men and white men, into these regions, right? In order to spring a race with the indigenous women, right? That they thought is going to be fitted by intellect for civilization, right? So this is another program of eugenics going on right here, right? This is what's going on here for organization, for physical organization. For what? For what? For tropical labor. Wow. Unlike many of his contemporaries, particularly the racial scientist Robert Knox Trollope, favored miscegenation, miscegenation, miscegenation. See? And saw West Indian as a hybrid category. Wow. So that's that same genetics, Eugene program, right? The colored population alongside the Indians and Chinese who had come to the Caribbean represented the future. Africa could mix with Asia and the West Indies would survive without Anglo-Saxons. Wow. Africa could mix with Asia and the West Indians could survive without English speaking Saxons, for they had left their mark and done their work. Like many mid Victorians, Trollope was not convinced that dependencies, those colonies with majority non-white populations with critical to England's future, Britain should be content to let these tropical colonies go their own way. Charles Kingsley perspective was somewhat different. Hmm. I'll stop it here for a second. I want to check something. Just bear with me for a second, guys. I'm just checking something here. Where are we?
white girl. She didn't even win. So to stay in the race, Warren, so that you could split the progressive vote and make sure that Bernie doesn't actually get the nomination. And what's really funny is that, I mean, we saw this coming. And
Easy allergic. Yo, allergic. What's up, my brother? Yes, sir. You know how we do. Yeah. Back on the live. Back on the live. I wonder what's going on with my screen here. Trying to share. Trying to share my screen. Clap. I started already. I'm just on a break right now, allergic. I just went on a little break because I went in for 2 hours and so I just went in on a little. You'll have to reel it up, but this is the continuation, so I'm a continuing it right now. I pretty much broke down the what was going on, the meaning of the West Indian, and who the West Indians was referred to at first, and then how it was referred to the mulattoes and the position the mulattoes play in the emancipation of the slave trade. Yeah, you know that's what it's there for, allergic. You can always check it back out and you know see what we gotta see here. Screen smaller. There is all sorts of complexion in Americas. That's what the documentary is kind of showing, and how we formed a new races of mulattoes, and
and how we formed the new races of mulattoes, and how they have a proper claim based on matriarchal concepts to the to being titled West Indian, because it goes through the mother. And what happened in the history was they were importing men from all over the world, like European men, black and white, right? But intellectual men, like, so pretty much men that went to school and knew how to read and write and stuff, and they were bringing them into the Caribbean to run the plantations pretty much. And when they got to the Caribbean, they would appoint them with wives, which were pretty much indigenous women, right? So you had these young adult boys and teenage past puberty boys that were coupled with indigenous women to have children, and they had offspring of children called the mulattoes, which started pretty much a whole campaign against slavery, and forming a new nation, which was called the West Indies. And further on in the documentary, it goes on to show how that was dismantled and everything, and what really happened, right? Yeah, it was pretty much due to the church, right? It's all it was all what the church was doing. Like, this is bigger than what people think. It has nothing to do about color, but divide and conquer. And I have all the documentations to break down everything in the presentation to show the actual documented facts, or truths, I should say. And this is good because you don't have to pay for none of this viewing. You just gotta, it's all open source. You could see the links that I'm looking at, and anybody could get the research done on their own from following up off the links that I'm using, right? So it's been pretty interesting so far. Very interesting so far. But there, like I said, there's a lot of stuff to cover. I'll put it in a few documentaries where I'll go I'll go as long as I could go on this one, and then I'll have to make a part two if I'm not done, which I'm pretty sure I will have to make the part two. But I should be able to get the whole thing into two parts. So let's see what we got here. Just getting used to my new computer too, so it's kind of like kind of still trying to set it up. So give me nothing right here. Let's just go to here and then fine. See if we got any music here. Thank you, bro. We all gotta put in our due diligence.
There we go. There we go. I got it. There we go. Here we go. Here we got. Here we got the Limbo Festival. We got a few festivals here. Manufacturing. We got students liming at the university. Liming is a term they use for drinking when they say we're liming. Here's another one. Student in class. See, my dad used to be a cartographer. So you see all these pictures. See what it says here? West Indians. Who's the West Indians? Who's these beautiful ladies drying their hair or under the hair the hand dryer? That's what that is. What do you got here? We got the army. Got the army here. Right? This is the earlier on we mentioned the Confederation, the regiment. You see? You see the regiment? People, you see the regiment? This is the regiment that was established in the early 1800s that the when the British were buying way before emancipation, they bought 13,000 and they were the biggest purchasers of enslaved American men for the British Army. You see what you see here? Right? So we're looking at right there. Right? You can see the parliament. Right? We'll see some more photos. Just a quick little recap on the photos. Coat of arms, real West Indian. And we got what do we got here? We got the limbo dance. Right? I had some more pictures, but it's hard to see them because they're in this Ziploc file here. Trying to open it out and get it. wouldn't give me those pictures. I guess I'll have to show them on the other documentary. Let's see if I got some here. Oh yeah. I wasn't looking for that, but Happy New Year. It's March. It's New Year's actually. Happy New Year's, everybody. You didn't even realize that it's the New Year's. Hmm. Oh, that's a different one. That's the most recent Indian right there. Find these pictures. Okay, let's try this then. Let's get out of here and go back to. This one too. Let's go to. Oh, I guess it bumped me out of that one for some silly reason. So back on track now. We're reading from West Indian Intellectuals in Britain, edited by Bill Swartz. Right. And we're at page number 41, I believe. Reading from What is a West Indian by Catherine Hall. And I think we're at page 42. Let's see here. This page has been removed. So there's a couple pages missing as you go along. You'll see like they take out some of the pages, I guess, because maybe too revealing or not sure. Right? So we just showed the picture of the regiment, the naming of black regiments as West Indian fractured the prevailing image of West Indians as signifying an exclusively white identity. Similarly, the militia in Jamaica, which was essentially to be which was essential to the maintenance of white authority, including free white men who were including free men who were black, colored, or Jewish, right? And they talk about the Jewish settlement in the island, right? That's what we were talking about earlier. And I showed the pictures there to correlate to the regiment, right? So we're on top of this, we're in this paragraph here, Charles Kinsley, right? Charles Kinsley's perspective was somewhat different. Clergyman, writer, and social activist, Kingsley had been sympathetic to radicalism in the 1840s. By 1872, however, when he went to the West Indies, he had abandoned his earlier views on the potential of black men and women to become equal and as convinced that races were born into equality. Yet for him, as for Trollope, there was an there was no gainsaying the mixed population of the island, bred on the tales of his West Indian forefathers. His grandfather was a well-to-do Barbadian planter and judge. His mother, born in the family home there, he had long felt a connect with the West Indies and longed to see the islands. Kingsley believed that the gallant race of planters and merchants was recovering its prosperity and that if only more young Englishmen and women would immigrate with a E, right, they would be able to be a little center of civilization for the Negro, the coolie, right? Because a coolie is making reference to someone from India, right? People that were taken from India to work in indenture in the 1600s and stuff. They weren't really taken from India. They boarded a ship for 7-year indenture, and a lot of them ended up in the Caribbean, and they also crossbred with the indigenous women there as well, and they made a race of people that they call referred to as coolie, right? Which is coming from the Hindus of East India, right? So a coolie is a cross between someone from East India and an American Indian, right?
So while Negroes were still savages, right? And you know who they determined as savage. Because remember, wherever we see Negro, Black, and West Indian, it's all associated based on the premise of this writer here. She associates Black with West Indian all the time, along with Black with Negro all the time, right? So she's putting that in one pool. When she makes a reference to African, she will state directly. She'll state directly when she's talking about the Caribbean, and she made direct references to the Carib people and the indigenous people. So she's well scripted, this very intelligent woman. But if Negroes left much to desire, then British bore responsibility. Okay, let me go back up to the other sentence. While Negroes were still savages, coolies came from a decayed and idolatrous civilization. You hear that? So that just goes to confirm what I was talking about again about the coolies is a crossbred with an East Indian and a West Indian, because the coolie is a descent, right, came from a decayed and idolatrous civilization, because this is what Hindus spiritual practice of worship is they make an image, right? So this is according to the Christians, that's idolatrous, right? So that's what they're making reference to, their civilization, because these are English people and they had founded roots in India long time ago. So they knew where they were. And yeah, they were associating the name Indians, but with the people with the West, they made a distinction that they were a distinct set of people from nowhere else, except from indigenous to the West, right? So, but if Negroes left much to be desired, then the British bore responsibility for this. We brought him here, and we have no right to complain of our own work, if, like Frankenstein, we have tried to make a man and made him badly. We must, like Frankenstein, pay the penalty, like Trollope pay. See, so they were all into eugenics, because they're mentioning Frankenstein, and what earlier on in the previous chapters, they specifically stated that they sent white and black men that were of intellect into these regions to create a intellectual race that'll be a labor force for the tropics, right? So right here again, they're making reference to the the coolie, right? But if the Negroes left, much to be desired, then the British bore responsibility for this, right? Because they brought him there, but they're not saying where they brought him from, right? Because they know they were bringing the people from the mainland into the Caribbean, and the people from the south into Europe, and in before the ending of the 1400s. So within 100-year time period, from 1400 to the 1500, they had already took over 1 million people from the Amazon and traded them and sold them all across Europe and West Africa, right? So now we're going back into that's in the 1400s. So now the Spanish is established ports to do just this for 100 years. So we get to the 1500s now, and they do it for another 100 years, right? And then they do it for another 50 years until the English came in and took over, right? So what were the Spanish doing according to all the hours and hours and hours of research Caremio did? What was the Spanish doing? They were taking people from the Amazon and from the Caribbean, and they were taking them to West Africa, and then they were taking people from the mainland and bringing them back to the Caribbean. Also bringing people to West Africa on many accounts from North America. Okay, and you'll, as we get deeper into the documentary, you guys will see exactly what I'm talking about, because I'll reference to it again. I'll do some refreshing, right? So they should be encouraged to become landholders and producers in a small way, while white, so-called white people, because that's another status quo, another divide and conquer word terminology. The page here is white. No human being is this pale unless you're dead, right? So in a sense, you know, the pale dead man and the black dead man is the two dead men, and then none of them don't stand as no real sovereign, right? While white people should continue to rule the islands, right? Because this is colorblind here, right? But we gotta call out these colors that the authors paint according to historians, right? But we know there is no color when it comes to describing people. But here they're putting the category of people that is of lighter complexion here should continue to rule the islands, right? By the 1880s, right? And this has a lot to do with the dark skinned people overpopulating the whole earth and making everybody subjected to that too, right? Because we know who is the underpopulace by census, right? We know who's the majority that's classified as the minority, right? So let's get into it. By 1880, when fraud traveled to the West Indies, a growing body of influential English intellectuals were convinced that the destiny of the nation needed to be harnessed to the larger empire overseas, and that enthusiasm for empire needed to be revived. Fraud, intimate friend and biographer of Carlyle, was a passionate advocate for empire, but deeply skeptical of the propriety of extending any form of self-government to dependencies, right? They say we're independent, the dependencies, right? We're only in dependencies, right? In the island dependencies, right? Where there existed a black majority population, while he believed that colonists of the white settlement were part of ourselves, an extension of the great English-speaking Anglo-Saxon race. India, or the West Indies, or indeed Ireland, were a different matter entirely. Because who's Ireland? These are the curly-eared, red-haired people. Like, you know, right? We were a different matter entirely. At the time of his visit to the Caribbean, there was an expectation in the colonial office that a West Indian Federation would be formed, and that eventually this would be self-governing. This was the context for frauds, diatribe against black people, right? Against Indians, which turned on his conviction of the immovability of black inferiority, on his appeal to the white Britons to take seriously their responsibilities in the region and recover the heroic traditions of their forefathers. For he was convinced that his own generation of Englishmen could rise to the challenge and restore white influence. The sections of men on his globe are equally gifted, he believed. Dodge the hijack again on this globe, right? Some were strong and could govern themselves. Others needed to be governed. So here again, you see what it boils down to with the minds of the intellects, right? Pretty much all intellectual mind, high thinking, high level, you know, A level, advanced level men of renown or whatever you want to say it, men, trained men, right? Always have their opinions and usually they're always heard, right? Or their beliefs, right? Because they have strong beliefs, right? So the sections of men on this plane are unequally gifted, right? So that's one way of looking at it. Yeah, people have different gifts, but it doesn't mean that you you're less than me and I'm more than you, or you're more than me and I'm less than you because you have three talents and I only have one. Maybe I could only sing and that's the only thing I could do. And maybe you could do 10 other things like, play sports and all that kind of thing. And it depends how you utilize it, right? And everybody has the potential to gain more talents, right? So, or gifts, as one would call it, being gifted, right? So it's all based on the perceptions, right, of the minds to say what's equal and what's not equal. One man with one talent might utilize it better than another man with five talents that never utilize it. So yeah, that's just a tunnel vision, one-sided view, a way of looking at things based on belief, right? Some were strong and could govern themselves. That's right. But together, united we stand, and divided we fall. So to bring a classist kind of society, a black and white, or a racial divide, ain't gonna be any better for us as mankind, as beings in this plane. No way. It never worked then, and it ain't working now, and it'll never work at no given time because we gotta get back to the level playing field here. It will be an ill day for mankind, he wrote. Wow. Echoing Carlyle. If no one is to be compelled anymore to obey those who are wiser than himself, or it would be an ill day for mankind, he wrote, echoing Carlyle, if no one is to be compelled anymore to obey those who are wiser than himself. So here it's about obey, right? So obedience, obey. Who you supposed to obey? The Lord, right? Your mother and your father, and the creator. You wanting people to be of obedience to you because you think that you're wiser, or I don't know. It's just about power and control, right? So governance, that's what government is, to control, right? To govern the mental, right? He saw no evidence of improvement amongst black men and women. So right there, another judgment, another misjudge, like, because people have different cultures. So your form of improvement might not be our form of improvement because maybe we're already improved in a certain way, right? In a certain climate. So we don't need excess or wants when all our needs are met, right? So this is the stereotype right here
among black men and women. They have shown no capacity to rise above the condition of their ancestors, right? So, right there again, talking about their ancestors as if they know them very well, except under European laws, right? So remember what they were saying about the people earlier, how they're lazy and everything, right? And how even the whites felt victim of this because it was the higher power, right? It's just like any other organization, any other workforce, right? If the workers ain't getting the job done, shit roll downhill. The supervisor is gonna get the whip before the workers, and then the supervisor is gonna come carry the whip and crack it on the workers because shit roll downhill. So that's what's going on, right? So they weren't getting the money into England as much as England wanted it, and everybody was being blamed for that, right? It wasn't just the workers or the employees or quote unquote slaves as they were calling them, right? Or the masters, quote unquote employees, right? Now the employees were getting you know, they're getting cracked down on because shit's rolling downhill. So they were servants to be ruled with impartiality. For fraud, the only true West Indian was a white West Indian, an English West Indian, Anglo West Indian, one who could demonstrate his connectedness with the English. Those beautiful West Indian islands were intended to be homes for the overflowing number of our own race, and the few that have gone there have been crowded out by the blacks. It was essential that England they've been crowded out by the people that were already there, right? It was essential that England should support those white men whom they put on those islands, right? You hear it again? Hear it again? Quote again from another mouth. England should support those white men whom they put on those islands. So, what did I say earlier? How they were bringing so called white men, so called, men, white and black as they would classify them. So, pretty much people that are calling people black nowadays, they were sending those kind of people as long as they're intellectual from the eastern side of the world to the western side of the world. It wasn't just their own kind or the powers to be. If there were mostly so-called white, it wasn't just mostly that. It was a whole big game being played out, right? So another mouth says it right there again, right? So let's continue. For they were one of our limbs. England must once again regard the West Indies as essentially one with herself. Freud's return to an insistence on white West Indians as part of ourselves as the key to a Caribbean future provides an end, end point to this preliminary charting of the shifting meanings of West Indian, for it was Freud's book which provoked J.J. Thomas, the Trinidadian schoolmaster and educationalist, to speak back to the metropole. Fraudacity. Fraudacity. Oh my lord. It just gets better and better and better and better. Fraudacity. West Indian Fables Explained. First published in London in 1889. Provides one of the symbolic starting points of a new kind of West Indian identity, one in which brown and black men, and it was mostly men,
could claim collective rights as islanders, as diasporic Africans, as West Indians. You see what I mean about this intelligent writer? She has Africans as West Indians, right? Right? And as Britons, right? Citizens of the empire, right? Or citizens of the Commonwealth, right? Because that's what that is. That's what that all means right there. The history of the anti-colonialism, right? Anti-colonialism and nationalism of the failed attempt to establish a West Indian Federation. See, this they're trying to establish a new nation of people, right? But they weren't able to succeed. That's what I was mentioning earlier about them failing at their attempts to establish their nationality as an Indian and and how that all went down here, right? So she stated it right here: failed attempt to establish the West Indian Federation, and of the winning of independence in the British Caribbean. It was not my story here. Suffice it to say that what was clear from the West Indian response to fraud in articles and letters in the press as well as in Thomas' text was that it was no longer possible to maintain the fiction that the West Indian was white. Thomas took it upon himself to take apart the arguments of the esteemed Oxford scholar and Victorian man of letters and to demonstrate in their place the capacities of black men. He deployed an inclusive notion of West Indianness, making reference to my fellow West Indians, men of various races. He insisted on racially mixed nature of population and argued that this was a long established feature of the islands, but he also focused on the achievement of us West Indian blacks, meaning all those of African descent. Dodge the hijack. Faith Smith argues to a travel lodge, right? Remember I said about this book being edited to a travel lodge, a certain colonial impotence, black pathology, and primitivism, Caribbean backwardness, and England's continuing need to govern. Thomas systematically challenged these metropolitan assertions, offering the accomplishments of black people throughout the African diaspora as proof of the imagination and creativity that would rehabilitate African people and stressing the ability of British Caribbean residents generally to chart their own destinies. Arguments such as this were to be replayed throughout the rest of the 19th or the 1800s and the first half of the 20th century, which is the 1900s, as brown, black, and indeed white creolized West Indians claimed their rights to citizenship, self government, and nationhood. Island nationalists had been active in the site for some time, in the islands for some time. George Washington Gordon in Jamaica in 1865, or Theophilus Scholes or Robert Love in the 1880s and 1890s claiming rights as Jamaicans, right? Because that's when they came up, is pretty much the mulattoes who came up with the word Jamaican. And in the early 80s, I mean, the mid 80s, that's when they first claim to be Jamaicans, because before that it was West Indian colony Jamaica, right? It was the colonial relation, the power of the metropole in defining the British territories in the Caribbean as connected, which drove nationalists towards a West Indian alongside an island identity. For all West Indians, the deep, shared experience of colonialism was a powerful bond. Yet, at the same time, the British had kept the islands unnaturally apart. In G. K. Lewis' phrase, for 3 centuries, for colonialism decreed that the avenues of communication should be between each individual West Indian, Fife, and London rather than the territories themselves, while colonial officials from 1860s onward periodically proposed the idea of a West Indian Federation as an administrative solution for the region. The British could barely comprehend what was required in order to foster a sense of West Indian nationhood. In the event, it was anti colonialism which bound the island nationalists together. It is with J.J. Thomas, as we have seen, that C.L.R. James began his construction of a tradition of distinctively West Indian intellectuals, the tradition which the chapters in this book explore. West Indian is the term which has now fallen for the most part into disuse. It survives a trace of once bolder, more visible, more heroic history. For a time, West Indian was also used to describe the independent intellectual traditions which we describe in this book and the peoples who migrated to Britain after 1945. But these traditions have now been reconstituted as Caribbean or African Caribbean, or as Black, raising new questions about the inclusion of Indians or Chinese or Creole whites. West Indian is a part of an older tradition of both colonial and anti-colonial thought, yet when it is a category which has been superseded it needs to be interrogated and understood, for it illuminates not only the formation of the historical realities of the Caribbean, but of the metropole too. The question, what is a West Indian, was never finally settled, as perhaps by now we might expect, in part at least. Such issues turning on the dynamics of identity remain forever open, but the chapters which follow pose further questions which may be equally difficult to resolve. How do the many varieties of Caribbean thought, formed deep in the histories of colonialism, speak to our own historical present? And how can they illuminate the contemporary mentalities of the old metropolis? And those are some notes. And go again. Alright, notes on the book. Right, and then we get there. David Killenray. For them, Moody was also prepared on occasions to work with them for sake of the race, while leftist radicals in the 1930s left. So I think we skip a few pages here, right? Yeah. So we get over to here, and it says Moody was also prepared on occasions to work with them for the sake of race, while leftist radicals in the 1930s talked in, in terms kicking him down doors of authority. Moody's policy was to knock politely with to be admitted, and then I think this is okay. This is going into some other history here, which you guys could read because you got the link to the book and everything. So that's that on breaking down the West Indian and the identity and how it fell into a question that wasn't really, you know, that remains forever open to debate, right? But based on everything that was being said in the book, gives you all the pointers, right? So moving on from there, we'll see what we got to add to that. All right, we're going back up into the archives. And let's see. I could get some picture going here. Original coat of arms. You see that? You see? Original coat of arms. Live and in living color. Dum da na 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 na. Yeah, there you could see for yourself the original coat of arms, people. All the red here, all the pineapples, right? This is the original coat of arms. See? Look, you could see more of a hue here. The light kind of blackens this shade out, but you could see what's going on here. right? It's pretty clear for your eyes to see. I don't even have to say anything. All right. I don't even have to say a word. If I could get this. So let's get out of that. Let's see if we can see. Nagaland. This is the Nagaman. Naga, Nigos, Negas, Nigos, Negas. Indenture. Indenture between W. Lewis, late of Westmoreland, Jamaica, et al. Wow. And R. et al. et al. et al. Petal. et al. Samuel, Oliver Samuels, et al. Wow. Everybody in Jamaica know who Oliver Samuels is. So this document was created in 1791, scripts Latin. All right. And for the people who wanna find research, you can find a lot of research in these archives. There's one thing I wanted to bring awareness to that will be disruptive to many, where will lead back to a standstill in the records based upon presumptions that was made, and there was a lot of renaming of people. Let's see, before 1666, you know, if you had a name, like I say, it was based upon matriarchal principles. So your surname will be governed to you from your father's house. It'll be given to you, meaning that you're from the family of Esther or John, right? And so that system was brought into this region with the people that arrived into the region. The same idea of government, right? And as a result of that, people were given names. A lot of people. Majority of everybody was given names. And the people with given names before a certain period of time had them all changed. Right? Because when you go back to the intellectuals of the West Indians in the book, the author specifically stated, you know, it was going to be an end to the slave trade, but at no means there was going to be an end to the slavery, right? So the papacy had organized and instigated and orchestrated everything to turn all those estates and properties over to the church to be administered by the church. And so in order to achieve all of that, you would have had to have been severed from your mother's name. You'd have had to have been given a new name, because your mother's name is what ties you to the land. Is it what gives you a lodial title that could never be removed or forfeited or transferred. So yeah, it'll be heart wrenching, you know. But there's always whenever what am I trying to say? What am I trying to say? It's like, you know, sometimes the blessings come in a form of a curse. You know, when you dig a hole for somebody, you're in that hole. So you're better off digging two holes, one for yourself too, right? Because somehow, as a result of you digging that hole, you left yourself in the hole. And one day, one day everything's gonna come to surface. And it's that time now, it's that time to balance out everything. So the hole that was dug for us in the form of erasing us as peoples, as a nation, as a culture with the pen or identities, it you know it's gonna work to our advantage right now, because we could see what was done. And so if we can't trace our roots back, we know we're the victim of the genocide on the paper by the pen, and we're still the victims of it today. So wherever you get stuck in the road, people, with the search, the history, and the genealogy, remember what I say: whenever it comes up undocumented, that is the proof. I know it's very daunting, but you can't blame who the finger is pointing on. We will say the white man, but it's not even that, because the white man is pointing the finger too, saying, is in the same bondage too, because of what's being played out on people here. And we really got to wake up to this. Truly, truly, it's our time. All right. Some beautiful music by them boys there. Check that out. www.nadayana.com. Much respect and love. There's 30 images from this file. That's straight Latin. Well, no, you can see severally. It's these documents are authentic, and you could see a lot of care was taken into gathering them and trying to print them and keep them digitized for historical record keeping. So I'll back out of this one here because they're gonna be hard to read a lot of them. Exit full screen. I'm gonna go to the next file. I thought I bookmarked the files I wanted to go to, but new computer. Here we go. This was the one. There we go. So here we got Angela Reed collection, birth, baptismal, and death registers, 1795 to 1965. The collection comprises ecclesiastical records held by the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Kingston since 1795. It contains information on burial, baptismal, confirmation, and marriages for the period 1795 to 1823. The collection also includes baptismal certificates of enslaved, free black, and mixed race peoples, including materials before 1823. Right? There were several priests. There were several priests and religious leaders responsible for sacraments before 1823, including Father Anthony Quigley, Father Peter Francis, also known as Joseph delle Espianas, Father William Leacon, Friar John Jacinto Rodriguez de Arajo, and Father Benito Fernandez. The record have been recognized by the chief archivist, Father Gerald McLaughlin. S.J. McLaughlin named the collection of early birth, baptismal, and death records after Angela Reed, a former student of the Master of Heritage Studios at the University of the West Indies, Mona, Reed helped him to organize the collection. She also transcribed a significant portion of the early collection so that documents could be researchable. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, lovely people, for the preservation of these records. So we got 1795 to 1799. We got burials listing name, age, nationality, place of origin, and resident. And next, all right, and you guys could check that out. Um, very interesting. This one here, 1798. So that's to 1804. So we're looking at 6 years right here and 4 years right here, right? So from we got funerals from 1795 to 1804, right? And then baptisms and marriage from 1798 to 1804, right? So 4 years of that, and yeah, 9 years of this, right? So that's what's going on there. And just let's see. Let's take a look in there. We could come back out and take a look in here real quick, just so you guys could see. So one of 52 we got here. All right. You can see these are like lined papers. That this one 1795 9 8 1775. So you could see dates on these two. All right. Let's see. Let's pull this up here and see what we see. Um 22, 22. Ah, this one is in French. So I don't read much French, so I need a translator on the thing with me so I could get some of these documents. There's some Latin and English ones here that we could take a look at. Let's see. There's another thing on these documents too. They're all signed with blood and blood fingerprint and autographs. A lot of them are autographed. And you'll see a lot of grammar, original grammar. Barely see on that side. Uh, okay, I didn't think I dove too deep in this one here. Let's go back to the next page here. There is some records on that one that I wanna whoa, what happened here? There's some records on that one I wanna check out. There is a record on this one here, on this file. that I seen that I wanted to show you guys. Oh, I should have wrote it down. This one here has some good information too. So what do we got here? Sale Elizabeth de Domicile Kingstonville, Spanish. We got Spanish right there. One Spanish too. Okay, let's see this one here. Spanish. Look at this. See the blood right there. That's some in bad order. These documents they're in bad order. So here we got some that we could actually read. July 18, 1798. Let's see here. Let's start out July 8th. I do certify that I baptize accordingly to Roman Catholic Church a child by the name of John Baptist for Quigley. Quigley who? Prizik. I think that name will come up lots. For or no. This is the owner. So now we're gonna get into the details of what's going on here with the priests or the vestry, right? And what the vestry was doing, right? Here, where the vestry was baptizing children, right? Into the names of different parents, like different people, like their godparents. So pretty much they're giving giving away children. A lot of the you'll see what I'm saying here. I do certify that I baptize accordingly to the rules of the church. And then here's another one here. It says, I do certify that I baptize accordingly a man Catholic, accordingly the no, the Roman Catholic rules, according to the Roman Catholic rules of the church, a free quadroon girl. So they made reference here to all different kinds of people too. Quadroon girl named Elizabeth, Mary Elizabeth God, and then her godfather is John and the godmother, his wife, right? Age 5 months for A Quigley, right? I do certify that I baptize a Sambo child, right? By the name of Pedro, right? Sambo child by the name of Pedro Salav and a mature son born the 17th of June of Maria something, a native of France and a resident of Martinique. Godfather Pedro Salavo, godmother Maria Teresa, right? For this owner, is they're baptizing them for Lucille or Quigley, I mean Quigley Prune. Here's the seal right here, right? And it's certified that I baptize a black slave child by the name of Margaret, right? So this is what I wanted to mention. These children were given names, and a lot of them were only had given names. So this is very important. See what it says? I certify that I baptize a black slave child by the name of Margaret, the godfather, a young, right? A young, fancy Frenchman that would pay. Right there, right? Let me blow it up some more. Right? I see July 22nd, 1798. I certify that I baptize a black slave child by the name of Margaret, right? So the black slave child here by the name of Margaret, right? Margaret, right? No mommy name, no daddy name, right? Just Margaret. Margaret has a godfather who is a young, right? Saucy Frenchman that would pay. Okay? So we get through that one there. Let's take a look at another document. Here we could see a kind of clearer one here. As I certify that I baptize according to the rules of the church a black child by the name of Joseph. Right? I do certify that I baptize according to the rules of the Roman Catholic Church a black child by the name of Joseph for a Quigley priest. Right? So this is the priest. That's why his name keep popping up. And he keeps signing off on all his baptisms. But what's going on with these baptisms, right? This this child here is being baptized by the rules, but who brought this child here? Where's his godmother? Where's his godfather? And where's his last name? Right? Because a black means dead. So a black child, a dead child, pretty much, well, not dead, but the child's alive, but no mother, no father, right? Just capture, right? Here's the seal, right here. Here's the stain, I should say. Um, yeah. So the child by the name of Joseph. Now, family, you hear that, family? This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking. Who gave this child? Who gave this child this name? Joseph. What's his other names? Where's his mom? Where's his dad? Why is he being baptized by this priest for this priest? And in the previous one over here, he's baptizing the the child for a French saucy French young saucy Frenchman that would pay. So he's gonna pay for that child there, right? Because that's what that's saying. That's what that's saying, right? Right here, a young Frenchman that will pay, right? So right here, a young sassy Frenchman that would pay, right at the bottom line, right? So this child named Margaret, right, has nobody else, but she's been given to this parent of a godfather that's buying her. That's a saucy Frenchman, right? And this one over here, right? The priest is keeping for himself. A boy named Joseph, right? The priest is keeping for himself. Okay? Because there's no godmother here, there's no godfather here, there is no father or mother here into this whole scenario, right? And what I mean by that is, look, I'll keep reading. I do certify that I baptize. All right, let's see. A Quadoon male child by the name of Louis, the property of Bess, Bess, Godfather. So this child, Louis, right, is a quadoon, right? And we gotta look up that word and find out maybe somebody who speaks Spanish, or we could find out what this word means. Quadoon, right? Q, or pretty sure that's a Q. Uadune, right? A male child by the name of Louis, right? And if anybody find out the meaning of that after they're watching this video and would like to comment, that'll be great. So right here, next baptism, I do certify. So that's what I was talking about. This one, this person, this child here, he's a property actually for a madam, and she has a husband, right? Madam Bess, godfather and mother. See, Madam Beps. What's this for children? Oh, Madam Beps, two children, right? Property of Madam Beps, godfather and Madam Beps, and godmother, Madam Beps, two children. So she has two children, and this boy is their property. I do certify that I baptize a mulatto
child.
That was so. Let me take this up on the page so everybody could see it. Hopefully, you guys could see as well. Um, April 26, 1798, I do certify that I baptized a mulatto child that was very sick, and the name, with the name was, huh? So that's very fishy, right? And I can't read it. Oop or something. Lord or Aord. This is a R. This is a D right here. His name was something Ord, or something. Um, Tor, Torrid. Not sure if this is a T. Sometimes, yeah, see, you'll see the T like this, right? Just like this. At any rate, just like RFB. That's his saying. At any rate. Anthony Quigley priest. So he did this baptism again, and I do certify that I baptize according to the rule, or according the ride. He didn't write rule here. This is ride, according the ride of the Roman Catholic Church, but it should be rule, I think. Um, a black, yeah. See, this is didn't make the spelling right, but we see what he's trying to write here. A black slave boy by the name of Joseph Antonio, the property of Alberto, a Spaniard. Wow. Godfather and godmother. Wow. So here we're gonna go take a look at this other document over here and see what it says. July 8th, 1798, I certify that I baptize accordingly to the rules of the Roman Catholic Church a Molamix by the name of Maria van Capleon, God Godfather Jose Avil, Godmother Lucia James. Okay. I certify that I baptize according to the rules of the Roman Catholic Church a slave girl by the name of Joanna. Alright, and we're gonna go Joanna Marie, right? Joanna Marie, right? Godmother Marie Magdalene, right? For the priest here, Quigley, I think was the one who did it online. Next one, I baptized a black slave girl by the name of Elizabeth, Godfather, a wild boy, godmother, a black girl. So see, this is what I was talking about now, right here. Peace, Christopher. Peace, CC. Welcome to the chat. So right here we got I baptized a black slave girl, right? By the name of Elizabeth. See what I mean? No surname, just one name, a black slave girl, right? So this girl here is being given to Godfather, right? A white boy. See? Godfather, right? And here is the stain for the blood, for the seal, for the right. Here's the stain right here, because you have to have a stain on every one of them to certify, right? So here it says, I baptize black slave girl, right? A slave girl. You see what I'm saying? By the name of Elizabeth. Godfather, a white boy. Godmother, a black girl. So that's what I was talking about earlier when they brought young teenage men and young adult men over into America to operate all these plantations, and they were giving them mates, which was indigenous female teenage women, and they were also selling back the children or into the custody, or placing the children into the custody of these people that they were sending over to create a race of intellectuals to right? I baptized black slave girl whose name's Elizabeth right there. Proof. I do certify that. And like I say, these records ain't going nowhere. Now they're captured. So it's there for the world to see. See the date? 1798. Okay? 1798. This was like after the census, few years after the census, or if we could correlate, right, when was the first US census taken, right? um a race of what do you say, Squid? No, because they were taking all these men, like from black and white men from Europe, bringing them into America to marry all the indigenous women, or to mate with the indigenous women to pretty much build up a new race. Is a big eugenics program that was going on from early, but this documentation shows the how much of an involvement the church had into what was going on, and who was the real hand into everything, and what they were doing, right? Because according to their documentation, it was the church that was in control of everything, with the Catholic Church. And right here are some of their records that they kept up everybody that was being brought into custody. So all these people, right, they would be bringing all these people in and baptizing all the captured children, right? And they were capturing women, because it didn't say anything in these documents about baptizing any man that was like of age, right? It was either white boys that got a black girl for a godmother for the godchild, and for a mate, right? But it wasn't the other way around. So maybe there was a war where they killed a lot of the men and just took the children and the women, and then they're bringing these women and children into the church, and they didn't know what was going on, because obviously they don't speak English, they don't speak this form of Latin, they don't even know how to write. So they're just indigenous people. So now they start naming these children, this black girl name, this black boy name, Elizabeth, right? And you could see here clearly through all the documentations they were given all these kids, where all these Elizabeth name come from, but they're saying a black slave girl by the name of Elizabeth. Furthermore, Elizabeth has no surname, right? And he's being very clear here, the priest, because he's talking about godmother, godfather, and he's talking about their surnames and their given names, right? But when it come on to these slave boys and girls, they have one name and they're black, which points right back to the fact they were naming us, which means, and further as we go down in these records, you'll see how they were changing names. At earlier dates, I got some of these records where they changed all the names. So you'll never be able to find your ancestors' real name, because if you're looking for it in the common English Latin or dog Latin way of writing nowadays, you ain't gonna find it, because we didn't speak this tongue. We didn't have those names. The names we had tied us directly to the land, so they had to give us new names in order to be our successors. So you see how they did this. New name, little Elizabeth the child got a new name, got a new godfather and a new godmother, which is pretty much parents, that's gonna take over her estate, or the little black boy's estate. So let's keep reading here. I do certify that I baptize accordingly to the rules of the Roman Catholic Church a black slave child by the name of, let's see, Mathos, godfather Francisco, godmother Catherine, both. Let me go through. Um, where's that document I wanted to find? I don't know why I ever mark it. So much documents, and I was just I read so many of these, and so much of them are in Latin, French, and Spanish. I got so in depth that I forgot to mark down the exact documents for the relating topics. But it's simple. We're at the end of this one, so all we gotta do, right? And that's why I give you guys the links, so you guys could go through some of these and see for yourself, right? All we gotta do is go to the next set. Oh, exit the full screen. We'll go to the next set of archival stuff, and we should be able to see. All right, you see these Mayans? This is our land. They know that. They know that. They're showing you right in your face right here. See? This is the links right here. Endangered Archives Program. This is from the British Library. And this is a free website. Like this is on the internet. It's just how to find the information. A lot of the times it's daunting because you gotta look, right? And it's like that's why we're all here, to all find the little pieces and put them all together and say, see, we know what we're talking about. So we were in the Angela Reed collection. They just named that collection off of her because she organized a lot of it. 1672. Let's look at some special collections here. I think yeah, I was reading some of these letters. Indenture, hold on. So this indenture warrant here, William Dunlop authorizing payment to order for Mr. George Cook. This is a famous one of the warrant and capture of the Maroon called Coffee. And this warrant shows the payment to this officer who caught Coffee. Coffee was a Maroon that was friends with Kojo, who was friends with these guys are national heroes. They're all Maroons who's friends with Nanny. Like all them people are um Arawak people. So we got 1792 William Sir Adam warrant signed to William Dunlop authorizing payment to the order of Mr. George Cook. All right, here we could say real what do you call it? Real cursive writing. That's what they call this. And they know it's cursive because only they know how to read it. You are hereby you are hereby or erect hmm, erected directed, sorry, to pay the or Mr. George Cook, supervisor of Spanish Town, Wakuni. Okay, let's read the so this don't take forever. Let's just read the English, the translation, because I read it already and it was pretty accurate. So when you guys check it out, you'll see it. It was pretty accurate according to translation here. It says warrant sign authorized payment to order of Mr. George Cook, supervisor of Spanish Town Workhouse, the sum of £23, 16 shillings and 8 pence, half a penny, being the expense attending the confinement of a Negro man named Coffee, delivered. So now we're getting into the Maroons, but I had to show you guys documentations of how these guys were operating, right? So this warrant is for Coffee, right? And you notice it says a Negro man. It never say an African or whatever, because remember how they use Negro? Negro is the original nega, negas, right? Negos negas, the original Negro from the French, from the Spanish who say nega. You see what I'm saying? Nega for sale, meaning American Indian for sale, black Indian. So I'm saying name Coffee, and that's not how you used to spell it either. But that's Coffee means, I think, Thursday in Arawak language. It means Thursday because it his name is a day of the week. So delivered over the 49 regiment as a prisoner. One side 42 signed by Cook on the Verso, King's House, Jamaica, 22nd of March 1792, sorry. All right, and this is where he signed it on the back. See the blood stain right there, the seal. Like I say, Everything signed and sealed. The deal. Right there, George Cook. And wherever you see this, that's who you know who that is. Because sometimes Mr. Cook don't use George Cook. That's the autograph here, right? Sometimes he goes just this sign. So that's good to know. Let's go back. Find what I'm looking for. No. Oh, not sure. Let's see this one here. Not available. Well, didn't I just look at that? Yeah. So this manuscripts of slaves register contain certificates, deeds of freedom for free people of color, black or mixed race, right? According to Jamaican law, free people of color had to prove their freedom from slavery. This information was recorded in the Manusium, Manumission registers in the island secretary's office. The collection comprises 70 bound registers. The first 4 volumes are missing, right? As reported in the list of record books in the island secretary's office compiled in 1869. Persons were freed in the following parishes: Clarendon, Hanover, Kingston, Manchester, Port Royal, Portland, St. Andrew, St. Anne, St. Catherine, St. David, St. Dorothy, St. Elizabeth, St. George, St. James, St. Mary, St. Thomas in the east, St. Thomas in the Vale, Trelawney, Vere, and Westmoreland. All right. And the Manumissions Library. Let's check this out. Certificates of freedom, emancipating, right? So there's 443 images here from this file. Okay. A lot of these hard to read. We'll check out page 1 and see what we see. So this is some deep stuff, gentlemen. So I want you guys to see, right? And don't think that I'm like making shit up, right? This is in the archives, right? uh, Alexander Isaac to Duchess. Okay, let's do some reading here. What we could see, right? Some Dunham Williams to Bob. Something Adolph or Elizabeth to Shelley. Engil Rob to Sancock. Campbell to Colin. Line 112. Crawford Alexander to Molly. Alexander Isaac to Duchess. Something another what's this? They just scribbled it down, man. Right? But what you're seeing here is name changes. To this is a manuscript. I'm just on the first page, eh? But this is going up. See, line 12, 13, 14. You see they're lining it, and it's going up in number. How they're lining it through these lines. So on the second page here, we got Darby John to Duff Dolphin or Duffel, right? Darby to Coffee, right? So people when they're writing down a lot of the documentations too, if a guy can't read this, he's gonna write what he thinks your name is. He's not gonna write down your actual name. And they're changing your name to whatever they want. Anyways, this is the continuation, what you call the slavery and the end of emancipation, right? This name changing. Look at the date. 17. This manumission library is about whoever got set free would have a certificate saying that they were set free or something like that. And then it'll have a list of everybody here who got a certificate and whose name got changed from whatever it was, because this was what was going on in these what 50, 70, 80 years, right? Name changing. Diamond Joseph to Thomas. Right here, like, let me blow that up. Right? Dawkins to whatever they wrote there. See, Diamond, because somebody named themselves Diamond, right? But they don't like that Diamond, so then turn it around to Thomas Diamond. See, Diamond John, right? See, Diamond John. Diamond John to Thomas Diamond, right? And don't even try to state anybody, for all the people that think people are illiterate and don't know how to read, and that they were maybe doing something different here, because they weren't, right? To coffee, right? Darby G to coffee, right? Darby G, right? This guy here, look at that. Dummy Blue, or what's this? Sunny Blue. See that name? Sunny Blue or Dummy Blue. He couldn't figure out what he's writing DRS to offer, right? To right here. See? I'm just in page 4 of this manumission. Okay? It has 443 pages. And a lot of this was missing, they said. Like quite a bit of it went missing. So you know what that was? That was records of maybe some, like I say, original names that were changed to whatever name was desired, right? Because that's what this is, right? Rakati or Darkati. What's this guy? Darkati Richard. See? Or what's this? Yeah. See? Right here. Dian Kati Richard. Davis Samuel. Downs George. And then right here again, you got another Downs George. Who's this guy? Doggin. You see that? Doggin. Right? Doggin Bernard. Right? Doggin Bernard. That's what this guy's name is. Dogin, right? Bernard. Because up here is George. See? George. George. Then under it you have Bernard. Bernard. Doggin Bernard. Dawkin. Dawkins. Dawkins. Darkskin. W. Seen? David. Davies. See? Davies. Right here. Davies. Samuels. Seen? Two. All the translations. Different names. Right? Right? See? See? To Mary. Right? So we're in number 4 of the manuscript. And again, I just wanted to see the condition a lot of the documents, people, because these are a few hundred years old now. A lot of them for surviving documents from 1700s, 1600s, right? But each tell a part of history that we we should be mindful of. All right, look at all these writings in cursive. And this is a memorandum. You see it? Memorandum. So sign. And right here, they got a blocked out here because these memorandums, they're signed with a blood signature. That's how they're signed. And it's probably know all men by present that Abraham Mendez of the parish of Kingston in the said island merchant, okay, in the said island merchant, right? Then so diver good. So, anyways, diver is good. I know it's so hard to read. Okay. And valuable consideration. Me here unto having and land in
Okay. To moving and in con confederation or something. Of 5 shillings to me in hand, paid by Rachel Lopez, the farmer. Something documents ruined right there. My of my mulatto boy, wife of my mulatto boy, I guess, slave called by the name of Samuel, alias, and they kind of blank it out. Some have minimized emphasis and libertude, slavery, bondage, whatsoever to me, and my hears, and all other person or all other person or persons claiming to claim by who under me or under me my said. Okay. Under me my said mulatto boy, okay, slave called by the name of Samuel, alias Sam, having agreeable, having having what? Oh, having parish agreeable to an this country, to an act of this country, made and provided for that purpose, served, to be paid to me, to my said mulatto boy Sam, the sum of £10 current money of the island nearby, and I do hereby declare the said mulatto boy, all in so Samuel, called Samuel alias Sam, to be here. To be what? To be for here, okay, to be forever here after, or whatever, freed and discharged from all manner of service, slavery, and bondage whatsoever, to undermine and blah blah blah. So yeah, that's what I was talking about when they go this is to show that you got release and you're not indebted no more. You're not obligated. You're not obliged. Right? That's what that one's for. This is very hard to read. That's okay. Mm-hmm. We back again. It says free the mulatto boy.